Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met Hana Fumetsu at UA. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hiraeth is a Welsh word that conveys a deep sense of longing for home. The story explores dark themes and is not intended to be a typical narrative. The protagonist possesses a unique quirk known as the voodoo doll ability. By ingesting a target's blood, she becomes completely linked to them, allowing her to transfer any harm she inflicts upon herself to the target. Her regenerative abilities make her resilient, often likened to an immortal being. The character's affection is directed toward a specific individual, though she is friendly and flirty with others. Her relationship with this person is complex and evolves as they navigate their time at UA High School. The story begins with the protagonist waking up in a stark white room, restrained to a bed. The small space has 3 solid walls, while the 4th is a glass door that separates her from a larger area. Days pass, and she is eventually moved to a chair, where she remains shackled for weeks. The confinement causes her discomfort, and she notices the unusual blue veins beneath her skin, a side effect of the mysterious injections she receives daily. One day, the glass door opens to reveal a middle-aged man with a rolling table. Tension fills the air as he approaches her with a hot silver knife. Despite her fear, she keeps her eyes on a figure watching from behind the glass, knowing that this test is part of a larger experiment. The man had promised her invincibility, but the price of that promise is steep. As the blade nears her skin, she steels herself against the pain she anticipates. The smell of burning flesh fills the room, and she fights back tears, determined not to show weakness. The observer knows exactly what is happening, and she refuses to give him the satisfaction of seeing her break. In a moment of inner turmoil, she feels a mix of pain and defiance. She recalls her mother, who has been unable to bear witnessing her suffering. The last time she tried to watch, she nearly succumbed to despair herself. The protagonist understands that neither of them chose this life, yet she clings to the idea of home, even in her darkest moments. With a forced smile, she declares her presence, embracing the notion that there is no place like home, despite the torment surrounding her. Pulling her scarf down lightly, she gazed at the koi fish in awe. Commotion from a classroom window above caught her attention momentarily, but she remained focused as she reached out with her sharp nail, dipping it into the cold pond water. She wondered if the aquatic animals would approach her finger, unaware of an object falling from above. She blinked, unbothered, as something clattered against her head before splashing into the water. Slowly, she reached down and picked up a soggy, peculiar notebook. The faint scent of burnt paper wafted into her nose, making it twitch as she flipped it over. The title read, Hero Analysis for the Future. A shy voice interrupted her thoughts, and she glanced up at a familiar freckle-faced boy. She recognized him immediately. It was Izuku, and she couldn't help but smirk. She had a tendency to forget names, so she often assigned nicknames to help her remember. Izuku's nickname was Otaku, due to his obsession with heroes. After examining the burnt book for a moment, she gave him a bland look. From the looks of it, I'd say this is Darling's doing. His eyes cast down in slight frustration, and his fist shook. He mentioned that Darling had told him to take a dive off the rooftop. She pushed herself up and gazed at him indifferently, quirking a brow. She suggested he take Darling's advice, sauntering closer to him. Opening the damaged book, she placed it on his head as if it were a hat. She didn't understand why he was so upset. Everyone faced death eventually, so why prolong their stay if they felt useless? Disheartened, Izuku slowly removed the burnt manual from his head. As usual, her insensitive words tugged at his heart, but he was accustomed to her rather unpleasant nature. Like him, she was an outcast. Most of the other kids were intimidated or freaked out by her demonic features. The fact that she had once taken a swan dive off the rooftop to escape Bakugo's wrath after drawing on his face while he slept without breaking a bone was proof that she was anything but ordinary. She was unpredictable, and he could never tell if it was in a good way or a bad way. Despite her wild personality, Hana was probably the closest thing he had to a real friend. Even though she often belittled him for being quirkless and denied being his friend, she was the only one in class who didn't look down on him or bully him for it. She told him he wasn't weak because he was quirkless, but because he thought having a quirk made him strong. Izuku mumbled that he couldn't go around telling people to end their lives, questioning what Darling would do in that situation. Hana pet her head in confusion, not understanding. He suggested Darling would probably spit on his grave. She blinked as he animatedly fell into despair. It was true, but she didn't see how that helped. That doesn't help in the least, Fumetsu-chan, he said. It wasn't supposed to help, she replied. His lips quivered as he followed her out of the school gates. They lived in the same area along with Bakugo, so it wasn't uncommon to walk home together, although the explosive blonde would never be seen with them. Locking her hands behind her back, she turned around and walked backward, analyzing the timid boy. His shoulders were slumped in defeat, prompting her to wonder why he was in such a mood. Humans were strange. She had only known him since last year, and it was still hard for her to understand him. They were such fragile beings, always letting their emotions get the best of them. If anything, he acted more like a girl than she did. She knew her insensitive behavior wasn't helping, but if anything, he should be thankful. If it weren't for her, he might have taken Katsuki's advice. Stopping abruptly, her hand shot out, snatching the burnt hero analysis book from his hands. He gasped, asking her to give it back as she raised the notebook above him, keeping him at arm's length. He animatedly struggled, but she shook her head, popping it for emphasis. Pushing him back, he nearly stumbled as she turned to the side with a smug expression. He whined, calling her name with exaggerated tears as she peeked an eye open, giving him a daring grin. She offered the book back to him, and he narrowed his eyes, reaching for it hesitantly. Just before he could take it, she raised her hand, dangling it above his head. His lips parted in shock, and his eyes widened as she backed up slyly. "Only if you catch me first, nerd," she teased before bolting off, and he scrambled to chase after her. The chase began, lasting for a few minutes as she skillfully dodged his amusing attempts to catch her. Eventually, she stuck her foot out, causing him to crash to the ground with a yelp. They found themselves in the familiar small tunnel they usually pass through. Placing her hands on her hips, she clicked her tongue, shaking her head at the disheveled boy in mock shame. He protested, claiming he had always been faster than him. Giving him an unimpressed look, she squatted down in front of him, setting the notebook on his head again as if it were a hat. She pet her head, teasing him about how he expected to catch villains if he couldn't even catch a small girl like her. He argued that she was taller than him, and she countered with a simple "and." He added that she wasn't just any girl, she was Hana Fumetsu. Pushing himself up with a deflated expression, he caused her to raise a brow in confusion as she stood up and walked past him, flipping her hair over her shoulder. He made it sound like she was amazing or something. She halted in her steps, wide-eyed, looking over her shoulder in slight surprise. Did he really think she was amazing? His gaze was cast down, a depressed expression drawing his features. All men aren't created equal, that was a lesson learned at the age of 4. Yet, despite everything, he still yearned to become a hero. He clenched his fist, recalling the words spoken by the ash-blonde boy earlier. He couldn't understand why Kaken hated him so much, but sometimes he wondered if there was truth in that hatred. Could he really become a hero without a quirk? The pink-haired girl interrupted his thoughts, telling him to be quiet. He blinked in astonishment as his green eyes met her sharp cyan ones. She suggested that he should give his bullies more credit, even Darlin. Life had its challenges, she explained, and instead of crying about them, he should learn to deal with them as soon as possible. Izuku stared at her in awe, questioning if her bluntness was meant to help him learn how to handle people like Kaken. She dismissed him as a wimp, and before he could respond, a sludge-like villain loomed over them. The villain declared that Izuku would make a perfect disguise. In an instant, the slime villain consumed him, and he struggled helplessly, feeling weak and frightened. He called out to Fumetsu, who seemed indifferent to his plight. Just as despair began to settle in, he was shocked to see her suddenly in front of him. She grasped his wrist, and he was astonished that she could reach him despite being trapped. She questioned why he got to have all the fun and effortlessly yanked him out of the villain's grasp. Time seemed to slow as Izuku marveled at her strength. She had saved him. But before he could express his gratitude, she lunged into the villain herself, taking his place. He shouted in terror as she willingly consumed the substance that had been choking him. After a moment, she removed it from her mouth with a disappointed expression, stating it wasn't as fun as it looked. Izuku fainted from the shock. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew the sludge villain away, and he felt the ground beneath him stabilize. Fumetsu crouched beside him, poking his cheek with her nail and calling him a wimp. She looked up to see their unexpected savior, the #1 hero, All Might. He asked if they were all right, and Fumetsu smirked, saying she was fine but worried about Izuku, who had fainted from the excitement of meeting his idol. All Might scratched his chin in embarrassment as he picked up Izuku's notebook, signing it with a Sharpie and offering it to her. Fumetsu accepted the notebook but held out her other hand expectantly, reminding him that she had risked her life to protect Izuku. All Might, taken aback by her attitude, begrudgingly placed a 20 in her hand, the least he could do after putting them both in danger. Unbeknownst to him, she felt a sense of triumph at having conned the #1 hero. As All Might tried to wake Izuku, he tapped his cheek repeatedly. Finally, Izuku jolted awake, scooting back in shock. All Might apologized for getting them caught up in his hero work, explaining that he usually didn't make mistakes but was in high spirits that day. He showed Izuku the bottle containing the defeated sludge villain, and after a moment of frantic searching, Fumetsu held out the notebook with the signature visible. Izuku froze, his eyes wide as he realized what had happened. He thanked All Might profusely, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. All Might reassured him that there was no need for thanks and mentioned he needed to take the villain to the police. As he prepared to leave, Fumetsu expressed her boredom, telling Izuku not to be so desperate for All Might's attention. Surely the boy could have been left behind, but where would be the fun in that? All Might explained that pro-heroes were constantly fighting villains. He warned everyone to stand back as he prepared to take off, but the narrator remained focused on the green blur that scrambled past at the last second. All Might's soaring figure across the sky was impressive, but the narrator's attention was drawn to the green-haired fanboy clinging to him. As they both disappeared from view, the narrator considered following them for a moment but ultimately decided against it. With a careless shrug, they turned away and walked through the shopping district, humming softly until a sudden rumble caught their attention. The faint sound of someone shouting "villain" piqued their interest. Another villain? Like a moth drawn to a flame, they dashed toward the commotion. Pushing through the crowd, they reached the front and felt a wave of disappointment. It was just that guy again, surrounded by debris and fire as if it were an everyday occurrence. Suddenly, a familiar hero known as Death Arms charged at the slime villain, delivering a powerful punch that had little effect. The hero struggled to free his hand, but the villain retaliated, sending him flying. The narrator wondered why he didn't just pull his arm out. It seemed like these heroes were making things more difficult than they needed to be. Two other heroes called out to Death Arms but quickly backed away to avoid another attack from the villain. The villain threatened to snap someone's neck, leaving the narrator confused about who was in danger. Just then, a scream echoed through the area, and the narrator's eyes widened in recognition. It was their darling, Bakugo, struggling against the villain. More explosions erupted as Bakugo attempted to use his quirk to escape, but the villain only seemed to grow more powerful. A civilian speculated whether this could be a formidable supervillain, but the narrator found it amusing. How could anyone think this weak slime creature was a threat? More importantly, would Bakugo really allow something so feeble to defeat him? A small grin appeared on the narrator's face as they watched Bakugo fight back against the villain, refusing to accept defeat. The contrast between Bakugo's power and the other boys' lack of it was striking. The arrival of MT Lady, the new hero, drew the narrator's attention. She called out that she needed a 2-lane road to make her way through the chaos. The narrator squinted at the scene, feeling disappointed that such potential was being wasted. A boy with broccoli hair beside the narrator expressed shock at the situation, wondering how All Might had captured the villain. The narrator shrugged, teasing him about his predicament. The boy paled, realizing it was his fault. As the crowd murmured about the heroes in action, the narrator observed Izuku's reaction to the conversation. He seemed torn, covering his mouth in distress. The narrator simply stated Bakugu's name, prompting Izuku to drop his belongings and rush forward. The narrator gasped as Izuku pulled them along toward the sludge villain. Death Arms shouted for them to stop, but Izuku insisted he had to help Bakugu. The narrator felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at his reckless determination. They decided to assist, wrapping their fingers around his hand and digging their feet into the ground to slow him down. With a burst of strength, they propelled him forward, urging him to go as he narrowly dodged the flying sludge. While the narrator dealt with the slime on their face, Izuku removed his backpack and threw it at the villain, hitting its large eye. He didn't understand why he had acted so impulsively. Perhaps it was the look on Bakugu's face that spurred him on. The villain recoiled in pain, giving Bakugu a brief moment to gasp for air. Izuku called out to Bakugu, who questioned why he was there. Izuku replied that he didn't know. His legs had just moved on their own. Bakugu remarked that it looked like he was asking for help. Time seemed to slow as the villain's fist aimed at Izuku, and an explosion erupted just as the narrator managed to clear the slime from their face. A voice lamented their own inadequacy, and Izuku uncovered his eyes to see All Might in shock. The hero admitted that he hadn't practiced what he preached, breaking free from the villain's grasp. Bakugu stared in disbelief as a familiar pink-haired girl appeared and easily pulled him away from the villain. All Might grinned, blood spilling from his mouth, silently thanking the girl for her assistance. Pros were always risking their lives. That's what it means to be a hero. The villain glared, preparing to strike All Might, while she eagerly anticipated the powerful punch. Detroit Smash. All Might grabbed onto Izuku, her, and Bakugu to prevent them from being swept away by the mini-tornado created by his punch. He truly was strong. The two boys were knocked out, while she sat up with starry eyes, her hair blown back as if she had transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was strange that she wanted him to punch her. All Might stood tall with his signature grin and pose as the crowd cheered. He had changed the weather with one punch as if it were nothing. He had saved the day once again. After the chaos, the heroes collected the scattered sludge while she and Izuku were being lectured by Death Arms. He scolded them for putting themselves in danger, expressing disbelief at their recklessness. She rolled her eyes and walked away with a huff, flipping her hair back to normal as Izuku hurried after her. They walked home together, and she had to admit he surprised her that day. Despite lacking a quirk, he had risked everything to try and save Bakugu. She acknowledged his bravery, telling him he had proven her wrong. He stopped, looking confused as she locked her hands behind her back and gave him a small grin, teasing him about not being weak after all. His eyes widened in disbelief, cheeks flushed. Then Bakugu appeared, scrunching his nose in annoyance as he glared at them. He declared he would never ask for help from them, calling them failures and freaks. She animatedly cried out, reaching for him as he turned to leave, insisting he didn't owe them anything. She whined back, calling him darling, which only made him shout in frustration, his eyes wide with anger. She shrank back, cheeks puffed, while Izuku's sweat dropped, accustomed to their interactions. Since she had first appeared at school, it was clear she had taken an interest in Bakugu. Suddenly, All Might appeared, causing Izuku to jump and use her arm as a shield. She blinked at the hero, surprised by his sudden presence. He laughed heartily, explaining that escaping the reporters was easy for him. Before he could finish, a puff of smoke surrounded him, prompting her to cough and swat at it while Izuku panicked, urging her to leave. But it was too late. Her gaze fell on a skinny man nearby. She hummed, analyzing him as Izuku rambled nervously about the situation. After he finished explaining, she looked from him to All Might, jokingly asking if he was All Might by day and no might by night. All Might seemed surprised by her lack of shock, and she shrugged, wondering if she should be surprised. Izuku sighed, admitting one gets used to it. All Might wiped his mouth and adopted a serious expression. He thanked them for their actions during the fight, explaining that if they hadn't intervened, he would have been a bystander. He acknowledged Izuku's bravery, noting that even without a quirk, he had inspired him to act. Both she and Izuku were taken aback by his words. All Might continued, sharing that many heroes had stories from their school days, where their bodies moved before they could think. Izuku hung his head, tears glistening in his eyes, causing her to furrow her brows in confusion. Why was he crying? All Might encouraged Izuku, telling him he could become a hero too, and she realized how powerful those words could be. Ever since the sludge incident, she had noticed Izuku dozing off in class, which was unusual for him. He seemed to lack energy and even left school without her. Though she tried to convince herself she didn't care, she was curious about what he had been doing. As she observed him muttering about some sort of schedule, the teacher snapped him out of his daze, and the class laughed at his embarrassment. After school, she watched Izuku's figure disappear in the distance, feeling a small pout form on her face as she realized she would be walking home alone again. Suddenly, she was bumped by someone rushing past her. Her face lit up at the sight of Bakugo. "Out of my way," he barked. She called out to him, "Darling." He shouted back, telling her to stop calling him that, his irritation evident as she playfully jumped onto his back, nuzzling her cheek against his spiky hair. As he walked ahead, she yelped in frustration when she stumbled and fell to the ground. Pushing herself up, she dusted off her skirt and quickly raced to walk backward in front of him. He growled in annoyance, questioning who had given her permission to walk in front of him. She tilted her head and flashed a lopsided grin, pointing out that technically, he was the one in front. Suddenly, she found herself staring in awe as her shirt was roughly grabbed, a threatening hand hovering close to her face. He warned her to back off, his hand sparking with small bursts of energy to emphasize his point. Bakugo flinched, grimacing as the pink-haired girl nuzzled against his hand with a dreamy sigh, prompting him to express his disbelief. Ever since she had transferred to their school and started hanging around Deku, he had been rude to her, but her reactions were unexpected. Instead of being intimidated, she seemed to enjoy his harshness, showering him with affection whenever they crossed paths. No matter how mean he was, she remained undeterred, and he found her persistence both annoying and oddly captivating. After a moment of contemplation, he grumbled that she was annoying and turned away, to which she cheerfully acknowledged his remark with a grin. In a flashback, she stood in front of her new class, indifferent to the whispers about her unusual features. Introducing herself simply, she revealed her canines, prompting a series of questions about her appearance. Despite the teacher's attempts to silence the class, the whispers continued. She observed the students, noting two who remained silent. A plain green-haired boy with a peculiar look in his eye and an ash-blonde boy who barely glanced her way as he fiddled with a mechanical pencil. As she took her seat next to the green-haired boy, the ash-blonde suddenly spoke up, telling the class to be quiet and pointing out that many of them needed to look in the mirror. Confused, she noticed the class fall silent and spent the rest of the PRD observing the ash-blonde, intrigued by his demeanor. As the school day came to a close, she followed the sound of commotion around a corner on school grounds. A confrontation unfolded before her eyes, with Bakugo threatening another student. Just as the situation escalated, she intervened, grabbing Bakugo's wrist and pulling him away from the other boy. An explosion echoed in the air, and she found herself standing, having taken the brunt of his attack without any visible harm. Bakugo stared at her in disbelief, wondering why she would put herself in harm's way. She tilted her head, showing off her canines with a playful challenge. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly, surprised by her defiance. He clenched his fists, intrigued by her boldness. He had never encountered someone who dared to challenge him before. One of his friends stepped forward, but Bakugo dismissed him, eager to confront her himself. She stood ready as he launched a punch, narrowly dodging it. The two engaged in a flurry of movement, and as the fight continued, Bakugo grew increasingly frustrated. He unleashed another small explosion, but to his shock, it was he who staggered back, clutching his face while she remained unscathed. Her eyes glowed slightly, and a challenging grin spread across her face, leaving him bewildered. Despite the ongoing confrontation, it became evident that she had never struck him back. She simply dodged and absorbed his attacks, which seemed to affect him more than her. Bakugo, breathless and bruised, hovered over her, trying to comprehend the strange dynamics of their encounter. "Nay, don't tell me you're done yet? His jaw clenched in agitation, wanting to punch the infuriating girl again but holding himself back. He stared down at her through one eye, the other swollen. After a few more breaths, he got off her. She sighed, pushing herself up and snickering a bit. He glared at her, clearly annoyed. She smiled cheekily and stood up, teasing him about the irony of the situation. It's my quirk. No matter how many times you try to hurt me, you only end up hurting yourself, she said as she walked over to the battered boy who had pushed himself up. Hana Fumetsu, she introduced herself, extending her hand for him to shake. He looked at her in disbelief, his expression soon shifting to annoyance as he turned and marched away. Peace off, he muttered. She raised an eyebrow, surprised by his reaction. That stupid grin on your face gives me all the more reason to find some way to hurt you, he added, his tone sharp. Her heart raced at his words, and a soft yet curious smile replaced her grin as she clasped her hands behind her back. She looked forward to their next encounter. After a few minutes of him ignoring her, she decided to hum a soft tune while gazing up at the sky. Are you applying to UA? She asked, jolted from her daze by the stoic blonde who stared back at her. No, he replied, his brows furrowing slightly in confusion. She returned her attention to the clouds, explaining that her quirk was used to hurt rather than save, making her feel unfit for hero work. Neither is mine, he said, continuing to walk ahead without sparing her a glance. It's not about how you use your quirk, it's about what you do with it. Her mouth fell open in awe, not expecting such wisdom from the hot-tempered boy. Besides, he began, a dark aura surrounding him as he looked back at her, his hands sparking with energy. I still haven't defeated you yet. Her heart swelled with emotion as she animatedly expressed her appreciation for his thoughtfulness. Bakugo halted, staring blandly at her, small tick marks appearing on his forehead before he snapped his head back forward. It was strange for him to encourage her to apply to UA, but if she didn't, he wouldn't have the chance to figure out her quirk and challenge her. Since Deku refused to not go to UA, ruining Bakugo's chances of being the only one from his school, he figured Fumetsu might as well apply too. If they somehow got in, he wouldn't have to hold back. Bakugo would be able to use his quirk to his heart's content, finally putting the two of them in their places. I'm home, she called out with a small grin, slipping off her shoes. As usual, she was met with silence. Stepping forward, she halted at the feeling of wetness seeping through her sock. Looking down, she furrowed her brows at the small drops of crimson liquid staining the floor. Slowly, she followed the trail to her bathroom. Hesitantly, she reached out and touched the cold metal of the doorknob. After a moment, she opened the door slowly, her breath hitching in her throat as her eyes widened. Placing one foot in front of the other, she stepped into the bathroom. She barely spared a glance at her reflection, unaware that she was now in her child form. The water was stained crimson, and a woman sat limply within it. She looked as if she had fallen asleep, if not for her unnaturally pale skin and the lack of movement in her chest. A heavy feeling weighed in her chest as tears began to brim her eyes, her gaze flickering briefly to the medium-sized, blood-covered blade that lay on the floor in its own pool of crimson. All that could be heard was the faint sound of water dripping from the faucet. Drip. She took a step forward, her heart hammering in her chest. A silent sob racked through her body. Drip. My eyes snapped open as I lay there lazily staring up at the ceiling. Turning my head, I looked at the clock on my bedside. It was 6 p.m. Pushing myself up silently, I ran a hand through my tousled hair, glancing at the setting sun that peeked through my window. After a few moments of sitting there and biting my thumbnail, I had an idea. With a small grin to myself, I kicked the blankets off my bed, threw on some clothes, and rushed out of my small apartment, not bothering to inform my guardian of my whereabouts. Adjusting my red scarf, I started running, letting my feet guide me. Soon, the familiar smell of salt water drifted into my nostrils, and I skidded to a stop in front of a railing separating me from a vacant beach littered with debris. A pleasant smile etched onto my features as I hopped over the railing and kicked off my shoes, letting my toes dig into the sand. Inhaling deeply, I released my breath and burst forward, frolicking through the little paths between the trash toward the shore. My smile widened as I caught a glimpse of water through the junk and heard the sound of waves. Too focused on the ocean, I was unaware of a body passed out on the sand. I stumbled, landing face-first in the sand. A small groan greeted my ears as I pushed myself up, cheeks puffed out, glaring at the trespasser. It was Izuku. He looked surprised to see me. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his eyes wide. "This is my beach. What are you doing here?" I accused, narrowing my eyes as I shook the sand out of my hair. I had stumbled upon this beach long ago, and since no one came here, I had claimed it as my own special place. He quickly replied, "I'm cleaning the beach." I raised an eyebrow and looked around, noticing a white truck with trash piled onto it from afar. "Really?" I asked, skeptical. He nodded quickly as I clasped my hands behind my back, giving him a doubtful look. I took a moment to look him up and down and stepped closer, leaning down to analyze his sculpted stomach. "Looks like you've been doing more than trash pickup." His eyes widened as he jerked back, hiding his abdomen behind his arms with a flushed face. All right. I'm training." "Training?" I mumbled curiously, straightening up. "Training for what? Is there some sort of nerd face-off or something?" He sweat-dropped, explaining that it was for the UA exams. I blinked in shock and raised a brow. "I know I said you aren't so weak anymore, but I'm sure you're going to need a quirk to get in. They took out that rule. Besides, all..." He instantly smacked his hand over his mouth as I smirked, curiosity piqued. "All what?" I started invading his personal space again as he shrunk back. "I could be the first quirkless person to get in," he stuttered. "You and I both know that's not going to happen," I stated as he animatedly protested. "It could," he murmured. "Don't play dumb, Izuku. You're training your body for a reason. Could it be perhaps?" I lifted his arm and poked his abs, causing him to gulp. "You've gained your quirk? He's going to be my successor. All Might." I turned my head to see the same skinny blonde-haired man from before. Izuku exclaimed in surprise, "I thought you said you didn't want anyone to know." The adult shook his head with a sigh. "She's already seen my true form and knows about your training. Eventually, she would have found out," he replied as I nodded in agreement with a shrug. He had a point. And so, I was told the story of One for All and about his fight that left him internally crippled. Izuku watched me quizzically as my usual neutral expression hadn't changed a bit while All Might explained. When he was told the story, he nearly freaked out, while I remained calm, as if I were being told the weather. As usual, nothing fazed me. Blinking for a moment, I looked from the pro hero to Izuku and then back to the pro hero before snickering. "So what are you going to be, like a mini-might? This is serious. You can't tell anyone," Izuku said, taking both of my hands with a desperate expression. "Young Midoriya is right. You have to keep this secret between us. If this were to get out, it would be chaos. Trust me, I know." Izuku's eyes widened at my firm tone. It was rare for me to take anything seriously, so for me to do it for him warmed his heart. "I'll keep your little secret, otaku," I sighed, bringing my hand up to my scarf as he and All Might sighed in relief. However, he yelped as my hand shot forward with the red scarf. He tried to block the sudden attack, but I maneuvered the surprisingly thick yet stretchy scarf past his defenses, looping it around his forearm. With a swift movement, I spun him around, knocking the wind out of him as I crouched down with a Cheshire grin. "Only if you can pick up that little move I just did on you." He cried out in disbelief as All Might stared at me. I could see that Toshinori had heard from Izuku that I was quite tough on him sometimes, to the point it looked like I disliked him, but he could see what I was trying to do. It may have looked as if I was picking on him, but it was the opposite. It wasn't a secret that the timid boy lacked hand-to-hand combat skills. If he was going to gain One for All, he needed to learn how to throw a punch. He observed us carefully as I let Izuku use the strange scarf. Each time he tried to perform the move, I would either dance around his attempts or even steal back the scarf, leaving him back on the ground. I couldn't help but catch the contagious grin from the pink-haired girl. Young Midoriya may not see it, but I did. As I walked beside the nervous freckled-faced boy, I clasped my hands behind my back and observed the many people around us. Some were even mutated due to their quirks, like a teen with the face of a bird and a pink-skinned girl with antlers. I wondered if he came from an egg when suddenly, Izuku tripped over his own foot and fell face-first to the ground. A disappointed sigh escaped me as a short girl with brown hair and rosy cheeks used her quirk to stop him from hitting the ground. She introduced herself, saying her quirk was zero gravity, allowing her to make things levitate. As she brought her hands together, Izuku gently floated back to the ground. I mumbled that her quirk sounded weak, adjusting my scarf and losing interest in the situation. Izuku, panicking, apologized on my behalf, worried I might have offended her. She reassured him, scratching the back of her head, and said it wasn't a problem, explaining that while her quirk wasn't effective in combat, it was useful in other ways. Izuku blushed and trailed off, unsure of her name. She introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka, smiling brightly before running off and wishing us luck in the exams. I glanced sideways at Izuku, who was awestruck, his face matching the shade of my horns. Leaning down, I poked his cheek with my nail, teasing him about his expression. This seemed to snap him out of his trance, and he quickly hid his face with his arms, urging us to hurry inside. As I followed him, someone bumped into me roughly. I recognized the familiar tone and excitedly latched onto the boy, expressing my boredom. He had multiple irk marks on his temple as he tried to push me off while we both made our way inside. The pro hero and teacher known as Present Mike stood at the microphone, greeting the UA candidates with enthusiasm. His voice boomed, drawing my attention away from Bakugu, who took the opportunity to shove me off. I landed on someone else, causing them to wheeze. Looking down, I realized it was Izuku, his face flushed. I rolled my eyes and climbed off him into another seat. Present Mike continued, announcing that we would experience a 10-minute mock battle in a suburban setting. After dropping the mic, we would head to our specified battle centers. I glanced at my battle card, wondering what my partner had. As Present Mike explained the rules, a dark-haired boy with glasses raised his hand to ask a question. He pointed out what he believed was a mistake in the handout, criticizing the academy for it. I rolled my eyes, irritated by his drawn-out complaint. He also called out Izuku and me for talking, which made Izuku cover his mouth in embarrassment while I remained unfazed. I told him that if anyone was distracting, it was him, and the crowd snickered at my boldness. He adjusted his glasses and attempted to respond, but I waved him off, redirecting my attention back to Present Mike. Izuku watched in awe, impressed by my assertiveness. Soon, the pro hero finished explaining the exam rules, and I stood silently at the entrance to the arena, scanning the contestants for familiar faces. I adjusted my red scarf, feeling a mix of anticipation and boredom. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice, filled with excitement, urging everyone to get moving. Just as I tried to get the boy's attention, he blasted off into the arena, leaving me in a cloud of smoke. I quickly took off after him, eager to fight alongside the explosive blonde. As I rounded a corner, I skidded to a stop, gazing up in awe at two large robots. I realized that if I wanted to keep up with my friends, I might as well score some points while I was at it. A small smirk appeared on my face as I gripped my scarf, ready for action. I narrowly sidestepped the large tail of one of the robots and ran up its length, my eyes catching movement from another robot nearby. Snatching her scarf off, she spun around and, like a viper, maneuvered the length of the strong fabric around the one-pointer's fist. With her strength, she tugged hard, using the robot's momentum against it. Time slowed as she slid underneath the robot's fist, a Cheshire-like grin on her face as she watched it collide with the scorpion-like two-pointer's head. As the robot aimed its charged gun at her, her scarf wrapped around its gun-like arm, and she swung up, landing on its head. Forcing the large gun hand to its own head, it couldn't stop itself from firing, resulting in a gaping hole in its metallic brain. As its large body collapsed to the ground, she jumped off, rolling comically on the rough surface before standing up. Wiping off imaginary dust from her outfit, she barely spared a glance at the defeated robots behind her, muttering that it was boring as she wrapped her scarf back around her neck. Just then, she narrowly sidestepped red lasers, turning her head to see many robots blocking her path. Her cyan eyes glowed, and a toothy grin spread across her face as she noticed explosions sounding not far past the robots. She felt a sense of determination, realizing that her goal lay ahead and that the robots were merely obstacles in her way. Jogging lightly away from the destruction and wreckage behind her, she searched for the blonde-haired boy, convinced she had heard him nearby. Suddenly, a large three-pointer appeared out of nowhere, preparing to attack her. Time slowed as she continued running, and a large explosion whipped her hair forward. Skidding to a stop, she looked over her shoulder curiously. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the blonde-haired boy flexing his fingers. As she animatedly moved to greet him, he walked past her with an annoyed expression, prompting her to straighten up with a small grin. She asked him how many points he had. He bluntly replied that he had lost count, his crimson eyes scanning for more robots. She was about to respond when her cyan eyes snapped to the side. Her scarf shot out, wrapping around the neck of a one-pointer and tugging harshly. The robot lost its balance and smashed headfirst into the ground. As it attempted to lift its head, she pulled back her foot, and with a swift kick, its head broke clean off, flying and crashing into a nearby building. Bakugo glanced back, his eyes widening slightly at the inhumane strength she displayed. It was the first time he had seen her in action, aside from their initial encounter, which had been one-sided. His curiosity mixed with annoyance as he wondered why she hadn't shown this power before. Was she holding back during their fight? The thought irritated him, and he felt a flicker of rage at the idea that she might have been mocking him. There was something about her that unsettled him. It was as if she was hiding her true self. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was a predator waiting to be unleashed. Throwing her scarf back over her shoulder, she pet her head in confusion at the smoldering glare he gave her. What had she done this time? Adjusting her scarf, a habit she often resorted to when feeling awkward, she felt her cheeks warm as he bluntly stated that she had known the robot was going to attack. Averting her eyes, she admitted that she had anticipated his arrival if she pretended not to notice. She mused that even if he hadn't come, she would have managed just fine. With a pleased smile, she clasped her hands behind her back, feeling victorious. Irritated, he turned and marched away, annoyed at how he had fallen into her trap. She called after him, cupping her hands around her mouth, teasingly suggesting that it meant he liked her. He barked back that it was all in her dreams, giving her a dismissive gesture as she pouted. She reassured herself that he would come around eventually and decided to leave him alone for the time being. As she entered an alleyway, a sudden rumble shook the area, causing her to sway slightly. What had once been a simple alleyway was now a massive space of debris and destruction, dominated by a giant robot looming above her. In awe, she muttered about its size. Her ears twitched at the sounds of shouts and screams coming from the other side, where the robot was rolling over everything in its path. Scanning its form, she noticed a small door located on the backside of the robot that anyone else might have missed. With a sly grin, she took off, using her scarf to latch onto the back of it and swinging herself up. Tugging on the door, she frowned when it didn't budge, but with a determined grip, she pulled once more, and the door came clean off. It was time to have some fun. Many contestants were fleeing from the zero-pointer, which crushed everything in its path. Everyone had cleared out except for the blonde-haired boy, who appeared oblivious to the danger. A girl with earphone jacks shouted that someone was still back there, but another person warned that it was too late. Just as the robot approached, it suddenly halted, beginning to implode out of nowhere. Everyone stopped as the large robot suddenly lurched, another explosion echoing from within. Confusion spread through the crowd as the massive machine slowly toppled, crashing to the ground and sending chunks of metal flying. "Time's up," a voice boomed across the city, but the chaos continued as smoke filled the area from the robot's fall. The blonde-haired boy felt a rush of adrenaline, his mind racing as he realized how close he had come to danger. His body, however, seemed frozen in place, hands awkwardly giving a thumbs up. Coughing drew his attention as he stood there, momentarily dazed. A figure emerged from the smoke, and he wondered if they were the one responsible for taking down the robot. His heart raced as he caught sight of the most striking yet eerie eyes he had ever seen. A girl with waist-length pink hair and bangs stepped through the haze, adjusting a red scarf around her neck. She was unlike anyone he had ever encountered, with bright red horns and eyes accentuated by permanent red eyeliner. All he could think was how extraordinary she looked. Suddenly, her sharp cyan eyes met his, and she tilted her head curiously, asking if he was another human. Human? He thought, puzzled by her words. Wasn't she human? He wanted to ask but could only manage a stammer, causing her to raise an eyebrow. She stepped closer, studying him, but her attention shifted as more voices and figures approached through the smoke. "Hey, is anyone here?" someone shouted. At that moment, the boy snapped out of his trance, returning to reality. "Why, yeah, I'm fine," he called out, turning to see a girl with short black hair and earphone jacks for ears, accompanied by a boy with a tail. Moments later, the hero known as Present Mike approached the teens, the smoke beginning to clear. "Man, kid, you almost gave us a scare there. If it weren't for that robot malfunctioning, who knows what could have happened," the hero said with a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his head. Even if the robot hadn't malfunctioned, the pro-hero would never have allowed the child to be harmed. However, a thought lingered in his mind as he surveyed the fallen robot. These robots were brand new, there was no way it could have malfunctioned. The boy explained that if it weren't for a mysterious girl, he would have been in serious trouble. He turned to look for her, but his eyes widened in surprise when he realized she had vanished. He couldn't believe it. The earphone jack teased him, questioning his sanity and mimicking the silly pose the boy often struck when he was out of sorts. The boy insisted he wasn't imagining things, claiming the girl was an exotic beauty with horns. He even gestured with his fingers to mimic horns, but the girl simply rolled her eyes, dismissing his fanciful tale. It seemed he had conjured up an imaginary girlfriend. As the three kids walked back toward their friends, Present Mike grinned knowingly, aware of whom the boy was referring to. He had a feeling that if she was indeed responsible for the chaos, he had his work cut out for him. The man leaned against the kitchen wall, looking disheveled, with messy shoulder-length black hair tied back in a low bun. He had that look about him, as if he had just rolled out of bed, a common sight when he was stressed, often due to the antics of the girl. A projector chip landed on the coffee table, and a projection flickered to life, showing someone wreaking havoc inside a strange building. The figure moved like a blur, striking anything that seemed significant, causing chaos and destruction. The man interrupted the girl's thoughts, assuring her that the footage was about to get more interesting. The scene shifted dramatically, showing the building collapsing as the camera spun around. Just as it seemed the footage was over, a pink-haired girl with horns appeared, flashing a mischievous grin and a cheeky gesture. A moment of silence hung between them as the girl adjusted her scarf, avoiding the man's intense gaze. She playfully defended her actions, claiming she was just having a little fun. The man sighed in annoyance, explaining that her actions were unnecessary and had caused significant damage. The repair crew was uncertain if they could fix the destruction in time for the next year's contestants, and the costs would be substantial. The girl crossed her arms defiantly, pushing herself off the couch and walking past him. She argued that no one had been hurt and that he should be grateful to her for preventing a disaster. The man, however, was not convinced, expressing his frustration and reminding her that her intentions were far from innocent. She admitted her guilt with a sly grin, reveling in the idea of punishment. The man's eyes narrowed as he noticed the glint in her eyes at the mention of consequences. It was a familiar pattern. Her reckless behavior often endangered herself and caused trouble for him. He pondered their first meeting, recalling how he had taken her under his wing. When he approached her, she expected punishment, but instead, he ruffled her hair affectionately. Confusion washed over her as she looked up, surprised by the warmth in his gaze, a look reminiscent of her mother's, filled with disappointment and pity. He remarked that she would be the end of him one day, causing her to yelp as he flicked one of her horns playfully before walking away. She caught another projection chip he tossed her way, watching him with curiosity as he closed his door, leaving her to ponder its contents. She plopped back down on the couch, tossing the chip onto the table in annoyance, muttering under her breath. Suddenly, All Might's face appeared in front of her, startling her. She realized he must have brought her a letter regarding the UA exams, which she had almost forgotten amidst everything else. He revealed that he hadn't come to the town just to battle villains. He was Yue's newest instructor. And it brings me great honor to announce that you have passed both the written and practical exams. The news left Fumetsu stunned. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned forward to watch the projection. The number one hero was going to be an instructor? A small grin spread across her face as she imagined the possibility of facing him in battle, envisioning the power behind one of his punches. In this exam, the evaluators were not only looking for villain points, rescue points were also crucial. Fumetsu had achieved 30 villain points and 30 rescue points, placing her second overall with a total of 60 points. Rescue points? Confusion crossed her face, but recognition soon settled in as a video of a boy she had encountered earlier appeared. He was animatedly trying to convince another student about a girl he had seen. "I swear I'm not crazy. She was just right here, Jiro. An exotic beauty with horns." The boy insisted, his excitement palpable as he mimicked horns with his fingers, causing Fumetsu to sweat drop. The video paused, and All Might reappeared on the screen, beaming with pride. "Due to your heroic actions, we will overlook the charges regarding your actions against the robot. I have heard much about you from Aizawa, and I wouldn't want your talents to go to waste. Let this serve as a lesson learned. Remember that your actions impact not just you, but those around you as well." Reaching out with his signature grin, he proclaimed, "Congratulations, Fumetsu Hana. You have been accepted into UA Academy." Her eyes sparkled with joy as she jumped up, excitement bubbling within her. "Welcome to your hero academia." As the projection ended, a silence enveloped the room, and Fumetsu shook with happiness. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind, but one sentiment stood out above the rest. She was thrilled to be with her beloved. Water cascaded down her spine as she closed her eyes, the droplets trickling down her side. Aizawa had woken her up not long ago to prepare for her first day, likely knowing she would have slept in otherwise. She was a heavy sleeper, and even the loudest noises could hardly rouse her. It was unusual. Usually, her thoughts in the shower would be filled with dreams of her darling, but this time her mind felt oddly blank. As she lathered her hands with soap, she rubbed the lengths of her crimson horns, a small purr escaping her throat. It was a soothing sensation, akin to the relief of cleaning her ears. A sudden sting interrupted her thoughts as soap slipped into her eye. She tried to wipe it away, but the burn intensified, and she flailed blindly in search of her towel, unaware of the running water from the sink. Finally, her fingers brushed against the soft fabric, but it slipped from her grasp. Bending down, she leaned over the edge of the tub, trying to retrieve it. Just then, the towel was gently pressed into her hands, accompanied by a reluctant voice saying, "Here." Pushing herself back up and letting the curtain fall into place, she muttered a quick thanks while rubbing at her stinging eyes. Despite the discomfort, she felt a strange detachment from the pain. After a moment, her eyes widened in realization. "Here." In that moment, as she closed her eyes in the shower, her mind conjured up all sorts of thoughts. Her body froze at the sound of the shower curtain being pulled aside. Someone was behind her. In a flash, her hand shot out, gripping the bar of soap. She spun around and threw the object with surprising speed, hitting the intruder in the back. "What the?" she gasped, her eyes slowly rising to meet the stranger's hair. The man grunted in surprise, turning to give her an irritated glare. Her heart raced as she recognized him. "Deet Erling?" she exclaimed, jumping back and turning away in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment. However, her efforts were in vain as he raised an eyebrow and turned fully around, his expression unreadable. It had been a long time since she had called him that. He looked different now, more mature, towering over her with his damp ash-blonde hair. She pressed herself against the wall, wide-eyed and blushing, taking in his features. This couldn't be her darling. He was a teenager, while this man was nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his head almost touching the showerhead. While Bakugu was muscular, he couldn't compare to the impressive physique of the man who had her cornered. The stranger wore a black hoop earring in his right ear, and Fumetsu couldn't help but admire him even as her heart raced. "Even after all these years, you still act shy around me." "Where's that same energy you had when we were teenagers?" he remarked, a teasing tone in his voice. "Am married," she stammered, choking on her own disbelief. She shook her head vigorously, struggling to recall any memories that would confirm his words. There was no way she would forget such a significant event. She had only fantasized about it in her dreams. It couldn't have become a reality so quickly. She gasped, suddenly aware of her own body and the changes that had occurred. Before she could process it, she felt hands grip her under thighs, lifting her up and pressing her back against the shower wall. Inhaling sharply, a warm sensation began to brew in her core as their proximity increased. She placed her hands on his sculpted chest, intending to push him away, but the golden wedding band around her finger reminded her of reality. Her cyan eyes shot up to meet his enticing crimson gaze. His expression seemed annoyed, but there were hints of amusement in the depths of his eyes. She whispered to herself, unable to believe what she saw, as she reached up to touch his chiseled jawline. Her eyes widened, cheeks flushed, as he leaned in closer unexpectedly. Reflexively, she shut her eyes lightly, her heart racing at his next husky words. He expressed his disdain for the nickname she had given him. Suddenly, the cold sensation of water jolted her awake, and she shot up from her drenched covers like a startled cat. She exclaimed that she was awake, crossing her arms and shivering as she glared at the stoic black-haired man holding a bucket. Aizawa, knowing she wasn't a morning person, had no choice but to use water to wake her up. He had been trying for the past hour, and they only had 10 minutes left until school started. He told her to get dressed and hoped that the boy Bakugo was worth being late on her first day, sidestepping a pillow that flew his way. She roared for him to get out, and he avoided a barrage of projectiles on his way out of her room, sighing in exasperation. Mornings were the only times she truly acted like a typical teenager. As she walked lazily beside the equally lazy man, both looking as if they had just rolled out of bed, they approached a large door labeled Class 1A. Her ears perked up at a familiar voice. A teacher was reprimanding a student for disrespecting school property. The student, Bakugo, retorted with a sharp comment. Recognizing one of the voices, she felt a surge of excitement and sped ahead. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her sudden haste but understood her motivation. She called out to her friend with enthusiasm. A boy introduced himself as Ida Tenya from Somei Private Academy, placing a hand on his chest and extending the other in greeting. Bakugo, feeling challenged, began to respond aggressively but halted as an uneasy feeling crept up his spine. She called out again, and suddenly, a pink blur appeared between the group, playfully pushing both boys' faces away. Uninterested in the other students, she focused on the rigid blonde-haired boy, her gaze piercing as he expressed disbelief at her presence. He stood up hastily, but his eyes widened when she appeared in front of him. Reflexively, he held his hand out to keep her at bay as she wrapped her arms around him. The class watched in amazement as the explosive blonde struggled to maintain his distance from the affectionate girl. One student, Kaminari, exclaimed in delight, recognizing her as the girl who had saved him and defeated the zero-pointer. He pointed to the comical pair, grinning victoriously, and assured his friend Jiro that she was not just a figment of his imagination. A voice gasped in shock from behind, catching Fumetsu and her companion's attention. The nervous boy exclaimed in surprise, not expecting them to be in the same class. Dropping her arms from Bakugo, Fumetsu sauntered up to him, unconcerned about drawing attention to them. Clasping her hands behind her back, she bent down slightly with a small grin. She teased him about his newfound popularity after his impressive stunt against a zero-pointer, causing him to flush in embarrassment. He mumbled that it seemed he wasn't the only popular one in the room when an arm was suddenly thrown over Fumetsu's shoulder. Kaminari Denki introduced himself, and Fumetsu raised an eyebrow in confusion at his flirtatious demeanor. He offered to treat her to dinner as a token of appreciation for saving him from the robot. Her eyes lit up at the mention of food, and she was about to accept his offer when a petite girl with short purple hair and onyx eyes interrupted. The girl, Kyoka Jiro, rolled her eyes at Kaminari's antics and gave Fumetsu a friendly smile while twisting her earlobe jack around her finger. As Jiro began to explain her quirk, Fumetsu's interest waned, leading her to drop the girl's earlobe. She thought it was peculiar, which she considered code for weak. Jiro snapped back, slightly offended, and retorted that Fumetsu was the peculiar one. Fumetsu mentally huffed, thinking they could have been good friends. Aizawa's voice caught everyone's attention as he entered the classroom, reminding them that if they were there just to make friends, they might as well leave. He stepped out of his yellow sleeping bag and announced their arrival at UA's hero course. As he instructed everyone to take a seat, Fumetsu settled behind Bakugo, who showed obvious annoyance at her presence. Aizawa made it clear that their relationship as guardian and ward was to remain a secret, emphasizing that he didn't want anyone thinking he was giving her special treatment. He then handed out blue and white tracksuits and instructed them to put them on for a quirk apprehension test. Fumetsu felt disappointed, knowing her quirk wouldn't be much help in whatever Aizawa had planned. She mentally whined about wanting to fight each other, especially since it had been a while since she had the legal authorization to use her quirk. Achiko Uraraka, the girl she had met earlier, expressed concern about missing orientation. Aizawa dismissed the importance of ceremonies, stating that they were not bound by traditions and that he would run his class as he saw fit. He outlined the physical tests they would be participating in, emphasizing that they had been prohibited from using their quirks in middle school. He turned to Bakugo, asking about his distance throw with a softball in middle school. After Bakugo answered, Aizawa instructed him to throw the ball as far as he could without stepping outside a designated circle. With a devilish expression, Bakugo prepared to throw, and Fumetsu watched with admiration. She thought about how she would love to be that ball, sighing dreamily, while Izuku, standing beside her, sweat dropped at her expression. As Bakugo threw the ball, a loud boom echoed through the air. Aizawa explained that knowing their capabilities was essential for their hero training, revealing a device that displayed an impressive distance. Fumetsu cheered for Bakugo, who was momentarily taken aback by the attention. While her classmates were excited to showcase their quirks, Fumetsu felt a sense of foreboding from Aizawa. Unlike the others, she wasn't eager to show off her quirk, knowing it wouldn't impress. Aizawa reminded them that they had 3 years to become heroes and that today would involve 8 physical tests to assess their potential. Whoever comes in last with the lowest points will be judged hopeless and will be instantly expelled. The tension in the air was palpable as Aizawa's cold gaze met mine, and I could sense his judgment. That warning applied to me as well. Fumetsu. How dare he think I was weak enough to come in last among these humans? I crossed my arms defiantly. Some students appeared panicked while others were determined. I wasn't surprised by Aizawa's actions. He had expelled an entire class once for not meeting his expectations. Behind his exhausted appearance lay a wolf in sheep's clothing. Unfortunately, I could only rely on my physical abilities for the rest of the exercise, but I was confident I had earned at least 4th place, given my above-average strength. When Midoriya's name was called for the pitch, I perked up slightly, eager to see his new flashy quirk. At first, Aizawa deactivated his quirk and called out the shy boy, stating he wasn't capable of being a hero with his quirk. Aizawa's harsh words annoyed me a bit. I believed you didn't need a quirk to be a hero. However, I understood his point. I had heard that Izuku had been badly injured during the entrance exams while using his quirk. If he could be taken out of commission from one punch, then Aizawa was right. He couldn't save anyone if he couldn't protect himself, and that was a harsh truth. No matter how powerful One for All was, it was useless if he couldn't control it. Finally, Midoriya threw the ball, and I expected his arm to break, but it remained intact, causing my jaw to drop slightly. He even scored slightly higher than Darling. I watched in shock until my gaze landed on his broken finger, and a small grin returned to my face at the sight of the sickly purple hue. I had underestimated you, Otaku. As the day progressed, we finished the rest of our tests, and Aizawa revealed our scores. I placed 4th as expected, but I achieved the top score in the grip test and push-up test, as my physical endurance was high, making it difficult for me to break a sweat. My eyes slowly drifted down to see who had come in last place, and I pouted in disappointment. Midoriya ended up in dead last. The revelation that the whole expulsion thing was a lie caught me off guard, but I grinned widely as I ruffled Izuku's hair roughly, causing him to tear up. It seemed today was his lucky day. I watched in amusement as he collapsed, his spirits seemingly hovering above his body. A girl named Momo began lecturing about the whole thing being a ruse to draw out our fullest potential, but I didn't care to listen as I poked Izuku's shoulder playfully. It looked like the three of us wouldn't be separated after all. I observed the boy in front of me with lazy eyes, my chin resting on my hand as he leaned back, bored crimson orbs fixed on the ceiling above. Present Mike asked the class to find the mistake in a given English sentence while holding a guidebook. Hands shot up as students showed their enthusiasm, but neither of us, along with a few others, was paying much attention to Present Mike at the board. The boy beside me grumbled in annoyance, prompting me to smirk. I corrected him, stating I wasn't staring but admiring, which only made him more irritated. Before he could respond, Present Mike cleared his throat, catching our attention. He asked if we had something to share with the class. Bakugo, with narrowed eyes, pointed out the mistake in the sentence, noting the correct usage of there instead of there. His eyes widened at the transition to the foreign language, shifting to the girl behind him, who had spoken perfect English. Present Mike confirmed Bakugo's answer, and the boy questioned how she had become so smart. She simply replied that she wasn't, which only frustrated him further. Finally, the bell rang and I shot up, zooming out of the class toward my destination. I pressed my face against the cafeteria glass, eager to test the rumor that UA had the best food in the country, if not the world. When I reached the lunch counter, the lunch lady asked what I would like, her voice trembling. I probably looked quite intimidating. I requested one of everything, and she quickly complied, piling items onto a pristine tray. With a satisfied expression, I plopped down next to Darling and began devouring my meal like a hungry wolf. He was currently arguing with a boy with spiked red hair who sat across from him. As I scarfed down a slab of juicy meat, I glanced up at the boy. His hair resembled horns, piquing my interest as he sported a sharp, toothy grin. Eijiro Kirishima introduced himself, catching Hana off guard as she paused her meal. Compliments about her horns were rare, and she found herself unsure of how to respond. Her silence seemed to unsettle Kirishima, who nervously rubbed the back of his head. He explained that he thought horns were really cool. Hana finally introduced herself, intrigued by Kirishima's enthusiasm. Bakugo, sitting nearby, took an irritated bite of his food, trying to ignore the conversation. Kirishima continued, explaining his quirk, hardening, which allowed him to make any part of his body rigid for protection against physical attacks. Hana listened intently, her interest piqued. As Kirishima demonstrated his quirk, Hana smirked, teasing him about the implications of his abilities. Kirishima's face turned bright red, and he deactivated his quirk in embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head, struggling to find words, but before he could respond, Bakugo interrupted, advising him not to answer. Kirishima sighed in relief. Hana playfully teased Bakugo, who reacted with irritation as he covered her mouth with his hand, prompting a comical exchange between them. Kirishima watched the interaction, initially worried about making friends, but now feeling reassured. He realized that despite their intimidating presence, he wanted to befriend them. Later, excitement filled the air as All Might entered the classroom, announcing that they would have battle training. Kirishima's grin widened at the thought of using his quirk in a real scenario, though he felt a twinge of disappointment at the reminder that he couldn't seriously harm anyone. All Might encouraged the students to get suited up with specially designed costumes based on their quirks. Kirishima examined the skin-tight material, curious about its durability. He tested it by digging his sharp nails into the fabric, pleased to see it repair itself. A girl with dark sea green hair commented on the amount of red he had drawn. Kirishima countered her remark, and they exchanged playful banter. She introduced herself as Tsuyu Ajui, but Kirishima found her quirk uninteresting. He noted her bluntness and perceived her as someone who cared too much about appearances. Despite her straightforwardness, Kirishima felt a strange connection to Tsuyu. He admired her boldness and decided he liked her. Tsuyu was surprised by his reaction, as she had expected her honesty to create tension. Instead, it seemed to have the opposite effect, and she found herself intrigued by him. As they continued walking, they emerged into the sunlight, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Everyone was complimenting each other's costumes. Achiko approached with a shy smile, admiring the outfits. Fumetsu acknowledged her with a nod and continued on, catching sight of a boy in a dark green costume with all might ears. She teased him, flicking one of the ears playfully. The boy gasped in surprise, his face blushing beneath his mask. Fumetsu glanced down at her dark red bodysuit with white accents and a gold band around her shoulder, grinning as she asked if he didn't like it. The boy flailed his arms in embarrassment, pleading for her to stop her teasing. Rolling her eyes, she walked over to her darling and his red-haired friend, complimenting them on their looks. Kirishima responded with a toothy grin, while the girl peeked from behind Bakugo. Fumetsu noticed Kirishima's gaze drop momentarily, his cheeks slightly flushed before he muttered something about being a man. She acknowledged his compliment about her costume, noting that red was indeed her favorite color because it concealed any evidence of battle. Kirishima looked confused as Fumetsu shook her head, her attention drawn to the number 1 hero as he cleared his throat to address the group. He explained that they would be split into teams for indoor battles, and the excitement in the air was palpable. As All Might listed the teams, Fumetsu felt a mix of anticipation and frustration. When he announced that she would be on Team A, her jaw dropped in disbelief. She strolled through the corridor, a bored expression on her face, wishing she could be on the same team as her darling instead of with the others. Izuku and Achiko heard her grumbling, and she confirmed that she intended for them to hear. Her gaze wandered, eager for action, knowing her darling would soon find them. She was excited at the prospect of finally having a proper fight with him. A girl nearby murmured about her rudeness, causing Fumetsu to turn and look at her. The girl stiffened in surprise, realizing that Fumetsu had hurt her. Fumetsu dismissed her concerns, stating that they were weak and would lose. Izuku tried to intervene, but Achiko, usually friendly, frowned and defended herself against Fumetsu's bluntness. Izuku stepped between them, attempting to calm Achiko down, while Fumetsu remained focused on the approaching footsteps. As the blonde appeared around the corner, Izuku instinctively grabbed Achiko and dodged. Smoke filled the area where they had just been, and they quickly regained their footing. Concerned for Fumetsu, they looked around, only to find her standing unharmed, grinning at the blonde, who had diverted his explosive attack away from her. The others watched in awe, surprised at how Fumetsu had evaded the attack so effortlessly. Some questioned Bakugo's methods, while All Might observed Fumetsu closely, intrigued by her unique abilities and the mystery surrounding her power. Aizawa hadn't shared much about the girl and her quirk. He had made it clear that under no circumstances was she to consume blood. Kirishima called out, drawing everyone's attention back to the screen. Bakugo sneered, causing irritation to rise within the girl as he wrenched his hand from her grip, his furious gaze settling on Izuku. She muttered dejectedly as Bakugo charged toward Izuku. Watching the blonde prepare to attack with a right hook, she sighed, thinking it was entertaining while it lasted. But her eyes widened in surprise as Izuku grabbed Bakugo's arm and slammed him into the ground. Izuku urged Bakugo to get up, dismissing his complaints. Bakugo retorted, questioning if anyone had told him how much of a bully he was. Izuku responded that life had its challenges, and one had to face them. That move. She had taught him that. Izuku declared that he had memorized every amazing hero, including her and Fumetsu. Her breath hitched at his words, and she stood still in shock. He continued, stating that he could be called Deku, but he was no longer the helpless child he once was. Deku was the name of a hero. Hiraeth.a and Fumetsu sprang into action as Izuku shouted for them to go. Achiko immediately grabbed Fumetsu's wrist, pulling her along. As they approached a corner, Fumetsu slammed her feet into the ground, pulling her wrist free and causing Achiko to stop. Fumetsu insisted that she would stay back, despite Achiko's protests. Their eyes locked, and Fumetsu's expression was filled with determination. She knew Bakugo would need all the help he could get if he thought he could take on Izuku alone. With a swift motion, Fumetsu stepped forward, dismissing Achiko and urging her to go. Although hesitant, Achiko eventually relented. As Izuku attempted to use the capture tape again, he gasped when Bakugo predicted his moves. Time seemed to slow as Bakugo's explosive fist neared Izuku's face. Just as he braced for impact, something wrapped around his ankle, causing him to yelp as he was swept off his feet, narrowly avoiding Bakugu's strike. Bakugu's eyes widened as he felt a sudden impact on his back, sending him skidding across the floor. He quickly regained his footing, his rage evident as he realized who had intervened. Fumetsu, with her scarf wrapped around her neck, ran forward, pulling Izuku behind her and calling out an apology over her shoulder. Fumetsu winced at the tone of Izuku's voice as she tightened her grip on his wrist, guiding them around corners to evade Bakugu. Izuku, still in shock, let her lead, never imagining she would actually help him, especially against Bakugu. She stopped, glaring at him with her steel cyan eyes, urging him to win. Izuku questioned why she had helped him, and as they moved cautiously she changed the subject, noting that he had been practicing. He stiffened at her blunt observation, realizing it was true. He had been training hard since she had helped him over the summer. Fumetsu teased him about still not being able to beat her, but her playful demeanor shifted as Bakugu's anger boiled over. He shouted in frustration, realizing he had been tricked for years, feeling betrayed by both of them. Fumetsu stated that they couldn't fight Bakugu in close range and needed a plan, emphasizing that it was up to Izuku. She felt uneasy intervening, knowing this had nothing to do with her, yet here she was, helping the one person Bakugu likely hated the most. It was a strange feeling, one that made her question her motivations. She recalled All Might's words about heroes moving before they had a chance to think. It resonated with her as she realized she was acting on instinct. Unlike others, she didn't possess a strong sense of justice or the urge to protect the weak, but she recognized that Izuku was no longer weak. Achiko's voice crackled through the radio, calling for help. Fumetsu listened intently as Izuku responded, ensuring they maintained their cover. Achiko explained that Ida was taking his role as a villain seriously and needed assistance. Izuku suggested that they should take the chance to help her, but Fumetsu smirked, reluctant to miss the opportunity to see Bakugu brought down a notch. She understood Bakugu's character wasn't the best, but she also recognized his potential. She wanted him to be strong and unlock his true abilities, but he would never achieve that if he clung to his ego. As she turned her attention back to the hallway, she noticed the spiky-haired boy standing at the end, ready for the next move. There they were, and a sinister sneer crossed his face. Izuku stood firm, declaring that he was no longer afraid of Bakugu, taking a defensive stance as he observed the blonde with caution. Bakugu in this state was unpredictable. He explained that he could secrete nitroglycerin from his hands, ready to unleash a powerful explosion. As he aimed his gauntlet at them, a sense of urgency filled the air. The girl beside him felt the tension and shifted her gaze from the gauntlet to Bakugu's wild eyes. He growled, dismissing her concern, insisting that it wouldn't harm them. As Bakugu prepared to pull the trigger, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. He boasted about the stored energy, ready for a massive blast. Despite All Might's warning, he fired, unleashing a tremendous explosion that obliterated everything in its path. Izuku braced himself for the impact but was unexpectedly pushed aside. The explosion shook the building, sending debris flying. Kirishima exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing the chaos unfold. All Might's voice crackled through the mic, urging everyone to stay alert, his forehead glistening with sweat. The class watched in shock as the girl remained standing, completely unaffected by the blast. Izuku's eyes widened in horror, realizing the extent of her quirk. The others stared at her in disbelief, some covering their mouths in shock and disgust at the sight. Silence enveloped the room as Izuku felt a familiar presence behind him, but his gaze remained locked on Bakugu. The boy was frozen in shock, his mouth agape. He had always known the girl's quirk was unusual, capable of withstanding serious hits, but this was beyond anything he could comprehend. It left a chilling sensation in the pit of his stomach, shared by his classmates as they processed the surreal scene before them. "What do you mean?" The redhead faced the dual-haired boy in confusion, interrupting his train of thought. Shoto explained that the boy had changed his trajectory mid-air, doubling his blast as a smoke screen. "Very clever," he noted. Momo added that getting a clean hit while fighting in mid-air required an extreme amount of skill and precision. Kaminari sighed in exasperation, expressing his frustration at how talented the boy was. Tsu pointed out that Fumetsu was moving sluggishly, her finger resting on her chin in confusion as her heterochromatic eyes shifted to another screen where the pinkette leaned against a wall, her back to the camera. Kirishima voiced his concern that the blast might have affected her. All Might furrowed his brows in confusion, trying to piece together the girl's quirk after warning Bakugo about his special move. Could her quirk be regenerative? He dismissed the thought, recalling Aizawa's warning not to let her consume blood. He focused intently on the screens, shifting his gaze between Fumetsu and the boy. Bakugo delivered a loud right hook to Izuku, causing the boy to cry out. Strangely, he didn't seem as affected by the blow. Using his explosions, he turned himself around and threw Izuku roughly against the ground. All Might's attention snapped back to Fumetsu's screen. To an onlooker, it might have seemed like she was simply taking her time, but he noticed the brief stiffness and arch of her back and shoulders, as if she were trying to ease back pain. She was using her quirk, he realized in astonishment. Somehow, she was able to consume his blood and was now easing his pain while fighting Bakugo. She was helping him. Mina expressed her frustration, wondering why Bakugo didn't just capture Izuku already. Tokoyami remarked that Bakugo's actions seemed more villainous than heroic. Kaminari scratched his head, noting that while Izuku had seemed amazing at the start of the fight, he was now completely outmatched. Izuku managed to get up but crawled toward a window, determined to use whatever was happening to him as an advantage, unaware of the consequences of his actions. It hurt little, but it was bearable. Kirishima commented that it wasn't something a man should do, but Bakugo had no choice. Bakugo slowly approached Izuku, his anger palpable. Just because Izuku had a quirk now didn't change anything. He was still the same wuss of a loser. He accused Izuku of hiding his power, questioning if he thought he was better than Bakugo just because he had learned a few moves. Izuku stood there, gaze fixed on the floor, feeling the weight of Bakugo's words. Memories of their childhood flashed through his mind, his training, All Might's encouragement. He thought about how Bakugo had always been stronger. He wanted to beat him because he had always looked up to him. As they both launched at each other, time seemed to slow down. A powerful explosion erupted, blasting a hole through the top of the building and shattering the windows. Whatever had just happened, it was clear that those two were the source of it. Achiko grabbed a pillar and swung it at the floating debris toward Ida. While Ida tried to block, she jumped off the edge, now floating over him. She landed on the weapon, hugging it with a sigh of relief. As Fumetsu settled on the ground, she felt a sharp pain in her arm but managed to smirk, thinking about how her actions would affect her dear friend after his loss. Izuku began to fall slowly to the ground. His arm, used for One for All, was a disturbing purple, but the arm he had used to block Bakugo's attack looked almost as good as new. The announcement rang out that the hero team had won. A wave of exhaustion hit Izuku, and his vision blurred as he collapsed to the ground. Fumetsu watched as the medics carried him away, while Uraraka stood nearby, her worried gaze following the boy. She murmured her hope that he would be okay, keeping her distance from Fumetsu, who realized she probably looked quite gruesome. Fumetsu couldn't help but laugh at the situation, causing Uraraka to look at her in confusion. When Uraraka questioned what was so funny, Fumetsu shrugged and turned to walk back to the waiting room. It struck her as ironic that they had won yet looked like they had lost. If getting beaten up and still winning was what it meant to be a hero, it did little to convince her that this so-called path of justice, as Aizawa called it, was worthwhile. As much as she enjoyed the thrill of challenges, Achiko wasn't one to seek out pain. She noticed the small bruises on her face and expressed her concern, her wide eyes reflecting her worry. Despite her concern, the girl shrugged it off, claiming it didn't hurt, her tone flat as she stood alongside Bakugo and Ida, waiting for their evaluation. The instructor announced that Ida was the MVP of the battle, prompting Achiko to scratch her cheek in disapproval. She glanced at Ida, who looked shocked by the praise. She muttered under her breath, questioning how he could be considered the best when he had laughed throughout the exercise. A girl with black hair styled in a high-spiked ponytail chimed in, proudly asserting that Ida had adapted best to the training context. She began to critique their decisions during the exercise, emphasizing the importance of respecting the spirit of the trial. Before she could continue, an annoyed groan interrupted her. Fumetsu Hana, a member of the hero team, raised her brows and asked if there was a problem. Achiko rolled her eyes at the interruption. The girl bluntly told her to stop lecturing, feeling that it was unnecessary. Fumetsu retorted, stating there was no need to be rude when she was merely stating the truth. Achiko narrowed her eyes, countering that Fumetsu had no right to criticize others when she wasn't a standout herself. She expressed her disdain for unsolicited opinions, especially when it came to her teammates. She could tell her words had struck a nerve as Fumetsu scowled, placing her hands on her hips and firing back that Achiko had abandoned her teammate. Taking a few steps forward, Achiko flashed a toothy grin, her eyes glinting with determination. She warned Fumetsu that if she kept talking, she would find out just how serious she was. All Might intervened, stepping between the two girls to diffuse the tension. He announced the next teams, shifting the focus away from the confrontation. Achiko crossed her arms, intrigued as she watched the screen display a boy with red and white hair. His quirk seemed to involve ice, as his right side was encased in it. When the match began, she watched in awe as he froze an entire building with a single touch, causing a chill to sweep through the area. She couldn't help but feel impressed. It took skill to achieve such a feat. Unbeknownst to her, Bakugo clenched his fist, his crimson eyes darting between the amazed spectators and the pink-haired girl nearby. He felt a mix of emotions as he noticed her admiration for the ice user. The attention that had once been on him was now directed elsewhere, leaving him feeling ashamed of his performance and the loss he had caused his team. After the matches concluded, class was dismissed for the day. Achiko scanned the room for Bakugo, only to see him walking out without acknowledging her. She hurried after him, calling out playfully, "Darling." As she caught up, she noticed his hardened expression, realizing he was taking the loss particularly hard. Just then she heard footsteps and turned to see Izuku running toward them, his arm in a cast. Bakugo grumbled a response, his intimidating demeanor causing Izuku to hesitate. Izuku revealed that his quirk was something he had received from someone else, causing Achiko to tense up. She shot him an incredulous look, recalling how he had insisted on keeping that secret. Bakugo, confused, asked for clarification, while Izuku explained that he couldn't disclose who had given him the quirk. Achiko raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the decision to share that information without revealing the source. It felt like a tease, leaving everyone hanging. Izuku continued, describing his quirk as a story from comic books, but one that was true. He admitted he still struggled to control it, feeling it was just a borrowed power he hadn't yet made his own. That's why the character tried to defeat Bakugo without relying on his quirk. However, in the end he realized he couldn't win without it. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly as Izuku continued to talk about various topics, his quirk causing him to ramble on. It was clear that Izuku's explanations only served to irritate Bakugo further, who was shaking with silent anger. Glaring at the oblivious boy. The character noted that Izuku was determined to make his quirk his own one day and defeat Bakugo with it. The character's jaw dropped in surprise at Izuku's bold declaration, glancing between him and Bakugo. It was certainly unexpected. It took Izuku a moment to process what he had just said, and the tension in the air thickened. Bakugo's face went rigid as he confronted Izuku, questioning the idea of borrowed power. He snapped, expressing his frustration and insisting that losing to Izuku was simply a matter of circumstance. The character observed Bakugo closely, noting how he clenched his fists in his pockets, his hair casting shadows over his eyes, hiding the inner turmoil he felt. It was a strange expression, one the character had never seen on Bakugo before. As Bakugo admitted to feeling overwhelmed by the competition, the character's eyes widened at his confession. Bakugo expressed his frustration about agreeing with a classmate's opinion and feeling remorse for an earlier incident. The character was taken aback, realizing that Bakugo felt bad for hurting them. With determination, Bakugo declared that he was just getting started and would become number one. Wiping his eyes harshly, he turned and walked away, leaving both the character and Izuku stunned. Bakugo shouted that they wouldn't beat him again. As the character tried to process what had just happened, a blur of red and blue rushed past. All Might, with his usual grin, placed his hands on Bakugu's shoulders. The character attempted to warn him, but All Might interrupted. He encouraged Bakugu, emphasizing the importance of pride and his potential to become a pro-hero. Bakugu, however, firmly asserted that he would surpass All Might without needing his guidance. The hero responded sheepishly, and the character smirked, playfully teasing All Might about Bakugu's determination. They continued walking home in silence, with only the characters' humming breaking the tension. Giving Bakugu space was challenging, as the character longed to comfort him. However, past experiences made them cautious, recalling a time when they had accidentally caused harm. The character decided that their presence would have to suffice for now. As they approached an intersection, the character felt a pang of sadness at having to part ways with Bakugu. With a hopeful expression, they turned to him, teasing about his guilt over hurting them. Bakugu's irritation was evident, and he retorted that the only thing he regretted was that they had survived. The character feigned distress at his words, watching as he turned right with a stoic expression. Deep down, Bakugu had worried about the consequences of their earlier encounter, but he would never admit it. The character caught his attention, and he questioned whether their actions had anything to do with their quirk. The character denied it, prompting Bakugu to accuse them of lying. As the character approached him, they leaned down and revealed a small pocket knife, causing Bakugu to tense. They sliced their palm, displaying the wound. Bakugu's eyes narrowed, ready to react, but he froze as the character's blood began to crawl back into their hand, as if in reverse. They explained that their quirk only activated when they had tasted someone else's blood and reminded him of a previous encounter where he had inadvertently caused them harm. Bakugu's eyes widened as he recalled the blood from their earlier struggle. The character clarified that they had always possessed exceptional healing abilities, which made them seem almost immortal. They reassured him that without those abilities, the earlier blast could have been fatal. "Sure, I won't feel the pain and I'll live, but the injuries would heal just like any other human." He asked if she was immortal, causing her to grin lightly as she turned and trotted away with her hands clasped behind her back. She teased that his stupid grin gave her all the more reason to find a way to hurt him. She believed it was his job to figure out how to deal with her. Even though Fumetsu hadn't used her quirk officially yet, she had demonstrated ways to use it without causing harm. She had consumed Bakugu's blood before he had attacked her, taking the damage for him. Similarly, she had consumed Izuku's blood before he and Bakugu had fought, again taking the damage without being physically involved in the battle. As she entered the classroom, she noticed a woman screeching as she plucked the microphone from her hand and tossed it aside. She warned that if another human shoved a microphone in her face, they would be going with it. The reporter instantly backed off, creating a path for her as she flashed her canines. The late bell had rung a few minutes ago, and she knew she would receive a lecture from Aizawa. Time management was not her strong suit, but she recalled a famous saying, "Better late than never." Adjusting her white scale-pattern scarf, she walked into class and offered a sheepish smile to the teacher as she quickly made her way to her seat. The teacher's eyes lingered on the pinkette, memories of the previous night flooding back. He reminded her not to use her quirk unless necessary. She argued that if that were the case, she would never be able to use it at all. She asked for some slack, insisting that she hadn't used it to harm anyone. He pointed out that she had hurt herself to prevent someone else from being injured. She countered that she had acted for her own reasons, not for Midoriya. She insisted that he couldn't keep her from using her quirk forever. She could either use it properly or continue as she had been. Either way was fine with her. Shaking his head, Aizawa masked his stress and acknowledged her work in the previous day's combat training. He had seen the video and the results. He scolded Bakugu for acting like a child, then turned his attention to Midoriya, who had once again broken his arm. Aizawa reminded him that he couldn't use his lack of control over his quirk as an excuse forever. He didn't like repeating himself and urged Midoriya to fix the issue, noting his potential. When Aizawa's stern gaze met Fumetsu's bored expression, she knew what was coming. He would say the same thing each time she used her quirk. He couldn't accept that no matter how she used it, someone would end up hurt. Every quirk had its downfalls, and she enjoyed the challenges that came with hers. Aizawa pointed out that she needed to work on her cooperative skills and overall team morale. Just because Odds were against them didn't mean they should give up. Despite her reasons, she had saved Midoriya from further injury, but he warned her not to do it again. He needed the experience. A small grin crept onto her face at his insinuation. She had made her choice. She would hurt others instead. She mockingly saluted him. Izuku's breath hitched as he looked at the pinkette in confusion. He remembered how she had stepped in front of him and taken the full force of the blast, and how he had barely felt anything during his fight with Bakugo. Was she the reason behind it? He shook his head lightly, deciding not to dwell on it and instead planned to ask her later. Despite knowing her longer than most of his classmates, her quirk remained a mystery in his hero manual. He had some idea of what it was, but he wanted to confirm it for himself. Aizawa then shifted to homeroom business, announcing that they would decide on a class representative. Almost everyone protested, eager to take on the role, while she pouted at the thought. Kirishima shouted that he wanted to be class rep, raising his arms in excitement. Kaminari echoed his enthusiasm, and Aoyama began to speak, only to be interrupted by Mina, who joyfully declared her intention to lead. Mineta chimed in with a rather peculiar manifesto, which only piqued her curiosity about the hype surrounding the role. She knew that being class rep meant more responsibility, and she was more comfortable as a follower than a leader. Keeping herself alive was challenging enough. She doubted she could manage a whole class. Bakugo shouted that he wanted to take the position, his hand held high and his face as fierce as ever. Ida quickly called for silence, grabbing everyone's attention. His bossy demeanor did little to sway her into voting for him. He explained that leading many was a serious responsibility that required the trust of those around them. He proposed holding an election to choose a true leader. She bluntly pointed out that it was pointless since everyone would just vote for themselves, causing Ida to sulk. Kaminari questioned the logic behind the idea, and Tsuyu added that they hadn't known each other long enough to build trust. Ida insisted that anyone who managed to earn multiple votes would be suited for the job. Ida asked if Sensei would allow it, but Aizawa merely shuffled in his yellow sleeping bag, instructing them to make it quick. The election results were announced. Midoriya Izuku received 3 votes, while Yaoyorozu Momo received 2. Izuku expressed his surprise at receiving 3 votes, while Ida muttered in frustration about his own 2 votes. As everyone discussed the voting results, I glanced at my own slip of paper, which showed 0 votes, and sighed contentedly. I sat at our table, taking a bite of my rice ball while Bakugo fumed beside me about Izuku's victory. He shouted in disbelief about who would vote for that nerd. I teased Bakugo, reminding him that at least he had received a vote, which only added to his irritation. Kirishima chimed in, suggesting that someone else must have voted for Bakugo despite his personality. Bakugo pointed at me, claiming he didn't need to think to know I was the second vote. Kirishima looked confused and challenged that idea, but then he noticed me and stammered, asking how I knew. I sulked, knowing I had to prove Bakugo wrong, but Kirishima defended me, stating that I was a leader. For today's basic training, Aizawa announced that he, All Might, and another instructor would join them. Shiro raised his hand, curious about the day's activities. Aizawa explained that they would be training for disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between, focusing on rescue training. Kaminari commented that it sounded like another rough day, while Tsuyu confidently declared that no one could beat her in water. Aizawa then pressed a button on the remote for the costumes, stating it was up to each student whether to wear their costume, as some were not suitable for the activity. Rows of suitcases appeared beside him, and he informed everyone that they would be taking the bus to a remote training site. As everyone got ready, I grabbed my costume and went to change. Once changed, I headed outside, where Ida was trying to organize everyone's seating on the bus. Ignoring him, I boarded last and searched for a seat, ultimately sitting next to my friend. Bakugo, annoyed, jammed his headphones in his ears. Tsuyu, trying to get attention, addressed Izuku, who responded shyly. She corrected him to call her Tsu and bluntly stated that his quirk reminded her of All Might's, which caught my attention. I leaned forward, smirking, knowing Izuku would struggle to come up with an excuse. Izuku, surprised, asked if she really thought so. Before he could falter and reveal too much, I intervened, teasingly suggesting that it was an insult to All Might since Izuku would be incapacitated after using his quirk. Tsuyu agreed, and Izuku sent me a grateful look, to which I mouthed that he owed me. Kirishima jumped in, mentioning that if they were talking about flashy and strong quirks, Todoroki and Bakugo were the ones to consider. Tsuyu bluntly stated that Bakugo was always angry, which made him less popular. I stifled a laugh as Bakugo erupted in rage, questioning Tsuyu's comment. Kaminari teased Bakugo about his personality, and Bakugo threatened him in return. I playfully shrank back in my seat, animatedly pretending to cry as Kirishima pointed out that Bakugo was only proving the others right. Curious, Tsuyu asked about my quirk. Izuku tried to deflect the attention away from me, but I decided to share. I stated that my quirk allowed me to harm someone if I tasted their blood, which created a tense silence on the bus. Then I broke into laughter, revealing it was a joke. My classmates looked incredulous, and Kirishima scolded me for almost making him believe it. I leaned back in my seat, crossing my arms, and complained that he was ruining my fun. Bakugo observed me from the corner of his eye, his expression unreadable. I insisted that I never lie, but he turned his gaze back to the window, sensing I was serious. Momo chimed in, stating there was nothing funny about my comment, which made me sigh in boredom. I retorted that I wouldn't expect her to understand humor. Ida interrupted, insisting that I should explain my quirk, as not sharing details would hinder teamwork. I pointed at the floating uniform across from me, questioning if he was the quirk police. I suggested that he should interrogate the floating clothes instead, implying that it was suspicious for someone to keep their quirk activated for so long. A voice from that spot protested, explaining that they couldn't turn it off. Izuku felt a drop of sweat as the Pinkette once again found herself at odds with another UA girl. Achiko commented that the girl really didn't get along with the others, while Mina suggested that perhaps she felt threatened by potential love rivals. Mina was one of the few who didn't mind the seemingly rude girl and actually appreciated her character. She often felt more comfortable around boys, so she understood the horned girl's demeanor. Tsuyu chimed in, recalling how she and the horned teen had become acquaintances. From what Tsuyu observed, Fumetsu didn't get along with girls who let her walk all over them without standing up for themselves, which was understandable given her intimidating presence. Aizawa instructed everyone to stop messing around as the bus came to a halt in front of a large dome-like stadium. One by one, they exited the bus to face a new teacher. The sunlight blinded Fumetsu, and she raised her elbow to shield her eyes while squinting at the teacher. It was the pro hero 13, whom she vaguely remembered hearing otaku fanboy about. 13's quirk was a black hole, a power that could consume anything and turn it to dust. It was likely the only reason she paid attention that day, as it was a power that could easily lead to destruction. 13 began to gesture as he spoke, causing Fumetsu to groan internally. He mentioned several points before briefly explaining his quirk, and Izuku couldn't help but express his admiration. 13 acknowledged his power but warned that it could easily be lethal. Fumetsu smirked at the thought, reflecting on how she had used her quirk to protect Izuku. She realized that her ability was a way to help others without causing harm, but she disagreed with the notion that powers should only be used for good. Sometimes, she believed, one had to use their abilities to protect others, even if it meant causing harm to villains. Suddenly, the lights surrounding the dome's roof flickered off one by one, and a dark shadow caught her attention. The shadow morphed into a larger form as villainous figures emerged from a warp hole, and Fumetsu sensed that this was not part of the exercise. She raised her hand, catching Aizawa's attention as she pointed toward the group of villains, questioning if they were allowed to fight back. Among the villains was a disheveled man with gray hair, his hands clasped tightly to his body and face. Behind him loomed a large, scarred humanoid creature. A chill ran through her as she instinctively uttered a name, and the creature's head snapped in her direction. Panic erupted among her classmates as they realized the threat they faced. Momo stepped forward, demanding answers from Aizawa about the lack of trespasser sensors. The teacher could only respond frantically, confirming their existence. Fumetsu murmured that this felt too well planned, but a fierce excitement surged within her at the prospect of facing real enemies. Momo expressed concern about their lives being at stake, but Fumetsu brushed it off, feeling exhilarated by the challenge. As her fingertips brushed the cold metal of her weapon, her grin widened, and she dashed down the steps to confront the approaching villains, ignoring her classmates' shouts of warning. Fumetsu took down villains one after another, a devilish grin on her face. She sighed in disappointment, noting that she hadn't even used her quirk yet while surveying the knockdown villains at her feet. Her gaze shifted lazily ahead as more villains approached. Suddenly, she felt a harsh grip on her ankle and turned to see one of the villains glaring at her from the ground, a small dagger in hand. Before he could finish his insult, a black boot slammed down on his head, silencing him. Fumetsu looked up to see a familiar dark figure beside her. She remarked that she had been wondering when he would join the fight, to which he replied that he would deal with her later, focusing on the battle at hand. My smirk widened as his hair floated in the air along with his capture tape. His eyes radiated a dark, menacing aura. It was time to make this count, so I snatched my weapon from my side. Aizawa and I walked side by side, his face expressionless while I wore a crazed look. Some of the villains hesitated at our deadly presence but charged anyway. Just before they could reach us, I slammed my scythe down, narrowly grazing the cheek of one villain who dodged at the last moment. Before I could lift my weapon, he attempted to strike, but I ducked under his large cleaver, maneuvering my body over the length of my scythe. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I gripped the hilt with both hands and swung, smashing the side of my weapon into his face. His body flew back, and I quickly shot my right hand up from the hilt to my scarf. Like a viper, I whipped the fabric out, catching the wrist of another villain who tried to attack from the side. Yanking hard on the scarf, I pulled him toward me and struck him with the butt of my scythe, creating a satisfying thud as he fell to the ground, clutching his nose in pain. Just like that, I was attacked from all sides, but I held my own, slashing and swinging with agile precision and speed. I felt like a ballerina dancing among a sea of enemies, my scarf whipping around me. I had no idea whose blood stained my blade. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Aizawa holding his own, his scarf moving like a venomous snake as he disarmed and restrained his enemies, his red eyes blazing at anyone who dared to approach. Feeling cramped, I settled both hands on my scythe's hilt and spun in a swift arc, knocking back several villains. My eyes glinted at the crimson liquid that danced on my blade. With a wild sensation brewing in my stomach, I brought my scythe to my lips, causing some villains to cringe in disgust. A demonic smirk spread across my face, urging anyone to meet their end. I took a step forward but halted as something pricked my abdomen. A large earthy arrow had pierced through me, blood gushing from the wound. The culprit stepped forward, victorious, more sharp arrows in one hand and a bow in the other. He suddenly froze, stunned, as one of the female villains beside him collapsed, a pool of blood forming beneath her. Aizawa, catching the decapitation of a villain from the corner of his eye, let a grave expression settle on his features. This was what he had wanted to prevent as he noticed the horned girl reveling in the chaos she had created. However, he couldn't feel sympathy as he saw the large earthen arrow protruding from her abdomen. If someone was heartless enough to shoot a 15-year-old girl with killing intent, they deserved the same fate in return. His breath hitched as his body was slammed into the ground. As I fought off enemies, a sickening crack echoed through the clearing. My head snapped in the direction of the sound, and I saw the beast from earlier breaking Aizawa's arms. I inhaled sharply and rushed forward, slashing and ducking under multiple enemies, determined not to blink as I neared them. Now just a few feet away, I slashed toward the creature in a swift horizontal arc, my jaw set in rage. A shockwave rippled through the air as the creature's head slowly turned toward me, its black hands gripping the sharp edge that had dug into its palm. I tried to wrench my weapon free, but it only yanked it from my grasp and threw it aside. Before I could react, I was backhanded, my body flying back from the force of the blow. I angled my body, skidding against the pavement. My knees and hands scraped against the ground, but it barely affected me. Forcing myself up with my jaw clenched, I froze. I had to obey as the shaggy-haired male approached me. Two villains held my arms still as I glared defiantly at him. He reached out toward my face, lifting my chin with 2 fingers. He recognized me as the infamous Hana. I hissed, demanding to know how he knew my name, but a knowing smile spread across his face. He ordered the villain who was about to strike me to wait as he walked toward my 3 classmates. Time slowed as Tsu grabbed Izuku and pulled him out of the way with her tongue, leaving herself vulnerable to the leader's sickly pale hands. I shouted for her to get back, but one of the villains holding me down pressed my cheek harshly into the cement. Right before his hand could reach Tsuyu, he halted, looking over his shoulder. He acknowledged Aizawa, who was in deep pain but managed to force his head up to stop the leader from using his quirk on Tsuyu. My relief was short-lived as I watched, frozen, as the creature slammed Aizawa's head into the cement, continuing to strike him repeatedly. Blood pooled from my guardian's head, and something within me snapped. I was home. I called out for my mother, my voice trembling. The shaggy-haired male's eyes widened in disbelief as the Nomu obeyed the girl's command. He turned to the horned girl, inhaling sharply at her glowing red eyes. No way. It couldn't be possible. He spat out an order to finish her now. Time slowed as the cleaver approached the absent-minded girl's neck again, but a large rumble vibrated through the area, causing him to stumble back. Fear not, because I am here. My eyes fluttered as I rested my forehead against the cement, a wave of exhaustion washing over me. I felt my body being moved and cradled in someone's arms. Their voices faded in and out as I stared blankly into space. I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer, they drooped heavily. I had endured a lot of pain in my life, but this was different. It wasn't external, it felt as if my heart had been ripped in 2, yet it continued to beat harshly in my chest. My knees buckled beneath me as I landed beside the tub. Trembling hands reached into the ghastly red water, wrapping my tiny arms around the woman as best I could. I whimpered, pleading for her to wake up, trying to pull her heavy, unconscious body out of the water. Somebody help. I cried out, hoping one of the guards standing outside our room would hear. A choked sob racked my body as I clutched her, bringing her head to my chest from over the ledge of the tub. I whispered that I was home, nuzzling my cheek into her damp cherry blossom-colored hair. My throat and heart swelled as the only anchor I had in this place disappeared, and tears streamed down my face like a waterfall. A tight smile formed on my lips as I closed my eyes. I was home. Beep. My eyes snapped open to see a white ceiling. I was in a hospital. Shifting my cyan orbs to the windows, the moonlight filtered through the blinds, indicating it was nighttime. I felt no pain as I slowly pushed myself up from the bed, my gaze cast down in remembrance of what had happened. An image of the ringleader of the villains flashed in my mind. How did he know me? Another monitor beeped, drawing my attention to the bed beside me, where a bandaged man lay from head to toe. The only thing revealing his identity was his signature shaggy black hair. He acknowledged my awakening with a gruff voice, making me flinch in disbelief. Shouldn't he be resting? I told him he should be resting as I pushed my covers off to stand up. Seems like we're both breaking rules, he remarked, and I grabbed a chair, flipping it backward and resting my arms on the back. I stared blankly at him, taking in all of his injuries. You look terrible, I noted. A small chuckle rumbled from his chest, causing me to give him a perplexed look. How could he laugh in such a state? And to think I was starting to get bored while you were out. A small smile graced my face but faded at his next words. He warned me not to think this meant I was off the hook. I murmured that I knew, and we fell into a peaceful silence. Back in USJ, the head villain had known me. I asked if he had any idea how. I remembered my entire childhood, my mother, my father, my suffering, everything. Nowhere in my memories did that dry-lipped human figure appear. He sighed, explaining that they assumed the villain had gotten intel on me from the inside. A traitor, I stated, and he nodded as I turned my head slightly in thought. I pressed him for details, and he revealed that the suspect had been narrowed down to one of the higher-up teachers or the principal, and one of us. I quirked a brow at the hesitation in his tone before an amused grin spread across my face. I couldn't blame him. The fact that the hero knew who I was probably sounded suspicious to the hero administration. "No, I don't think it's you," he replied. "We're doing a thorough check of all the Class A students. It's just that your background is the most suspicious." "Well, you don't exactly look like the foster home dad kind of guy," I joked, referencing our cover-up story. "I know who you are, and I know where I found you. It doesn't fit in with the League of Villains." "You're not the traitor," he stated firmly. "I'm nothing but a mere lab rat you found in an abandoned hellhole. You know nothing about me other than my name." "Hana," he warned, causing me to tilt my head with a smirk as I kept pushing. "What? You know I'm right. What makes you so sure I'm innocent?" "Keep talking like that, and you won't be," he snapped, making my smirk tighten. He sighed, massaging his temple. "Your eyes," he began. "I've encountered many villains in my time as a hero, many truly evil people who acted more like monsters than humans. When I found you, you want to know what I saw?" My smirk slowly faded as he gazed off into the distance. My jaw tightened at the memory, the moment of weakness. They weren't the eyes of a villain or monster. I demanded he stop, pushing myself up to leave. The door to the hospital room slammed shut behind me, and he sighed, casting his tired eyes down. He would never say it out loud, but he considered me his own daughter. Hearing how I tried to stop the Nomo from killing him warmed his heart, but it angered him knowing I had almost been harmed in the process. If she were the traitor, she would have simply let him die. Instead, a wave of shame and regret washed over him. He was a pro-hero, yet his own student had risked her life to save him. In that moment, he felt like the lowest of the low. If he couldn't even protect his own students, what kind of hero was he? The next day, the temperature dropped a few degrees as he stepped into the room. Fumetsu was greeted with a chorus of concern from her classmates. Achiko expressed her worry, and Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Fumetsu felt a mix of emotions as she was enveloped in a hug, her arms pinned to her sides. She looked down awkwardly at the green-haired boy, who was visibly shaken. He recalled the moment when a villain had nearly harmed her, and he was relieved she was back. Tsuyu informed them of what had happened, and Kirishima placed a hand gently on Fumetsu's hair, giving her a serious look. He urged her not to throw her life away like that. Ida announced that morning homeroom was about to begin, prompting everyone to take their seats. Izuku finally released Fumetsu, still emotional as Achiko guided him to his desk. As she walked to her seat, some classmates she barely knew offered her smiles or nods, leaving her puzzled by their strange behavior. She was too deep in thought to notice Bakugo watching her from the corner of his eye. Someone pointed out that she was the only one still standing, and gasps filled the room as the teacher entered, covered in bandages. Fumetsu was taken aback, wondering why he was back so soon. Ida raised his hand, ever formal, expressing his relief at seeing Aizawa back. Achiko commented on his condition, and Aizawa quickly shifted the focus to the upcoming UA Sports Festival. He explained that it was crucial to demonstrate the school's crisis management protocol, assuring them that there would be increased security. Fumetsu's mind drifted back to the villain attack, particularly the face of the villain who had threatened her. Aizawa emphasized that this annual event was a vital opportunity for them to showcase their skills, and it couldn't be cancelled due to recent events. As lunch approached, things seemed to return to normal, except for Bakugo, who was giving Fumetsu the cold shoulder. At the end of the school day, she was eager to leave, her thoughts still consumed by the incident at USJ. Suddenly, Achiko's voice broke through her thoughts, drawing her attention to a crowd gathered outside their classroom. Among the unfamiliar faces was a boy with purple hair, who expressed his disdain for the arrogance he perceived in Class 1. Fumetsu noticed Bakugo's irritation as he stood beside her, ready to confront the boy. The purple-haired student continued, mentioning that some students were in general studies because they hadn't made it into the hero course. He warned them that even if they were heroes, they shouldn't get too carried away, or he would take them down a notch. Before he could finish, a pink-haired girl pushed past him, dismissing him with indifference. Fumetsu and Bakugo walked past the gates in silence. She could sense his irritation, prompting her to ask if he was angry. His response was curt, and he returned to his brooding. Despite not having bothered him with affection this time, It seemed anything she did lately only frustrated him further. She hesitated before apologizing, but her words caught him off guard. His surprise quickly turned to anger as he confronted her about her near-death experience. He scoffed, struggling to contain his temper as she lowered her head, feeling like a child being scolded. It hadn't fully registered that she had come close to losing her life. She pondered the implications of her quirk and how it might not be as infallible as she once believed. Though it took a lot to defeat her, the reality that she could still die weighed heavily on her mind. She mumbled that he had never cared before, recalling the many times he had wished her harm. You would think that losing my head would be an answer to his prayers. I felt his gaze piercing the side of my face, and I reluctantly looked up to meet his eyes. Infuriated was the only way to describe him in that moment. His palms were balled tightly into fists, and it was a wonder his jaw didn't snap from clenching it so hard. I stiffened as his hands shot out, roughly grabbing me by the collar of my uniform. Surprise and confusion battled in my eyes as he glared at me with intensity. He growled that the only one allowed to kill me was him. I inhaled sharply at his words, feeling his grip tighten on my collar. He insisted that until then, I should never give up or think about dying. A perplexed look took over my face as he released me and turned away, shoving his hands into his pockets as he stomped off. This time, I didn't bother catching up with him. My expression turned blank as I walked away, my feet carrying me to a train station. I boarded the train and took a seat in a vacant spot next to the window. My thoughts were muddled, and I rested my head against the glass, gazing out as the city passed by. For once, I didn't want to go home. Everything was confusing me, from the villain leader to my classmates and their strange behavior. To top it all off, I had been having the same recurring dream. All I could hear was the sound of water dripping from a faucet. That annoying sound. Eventually, the train arrived in the Musudifis city district. I walked among the sea of people, my vacant eyes scanning for a specific building. When I spotted it, I walked past a hospital, nearly bumping into someone but paying them no attention as I muttered a brief apology. It didn't take long for me to reach the building, and I took the elevator all the way to the roof. The wind blew gently through my hair as I stepped outside, my legs automatically carrying me to the ledge where a nimble crane was placed. This was the place I often came to when I needed to think. Stretching my arms out, I hopped up and walked along the crane, uncaring of the height. I walked calmly to the end of the crane and stopped, looking down at the bustling city below. All the people looked like ants. For a time, I had believed I was one of those ants, just a small, insignificant creature among many in this vast world. I had felt my existence was meaningless, just another life in the cycle of living and dying. I never saw the point in fighting for one or the other. Then, a voice interrupted my thoughts, acknowledging me as the infamous Hana. I heard expressions of concern, relief at my return, and warnings against throwing my life away. The words echoed in my mind, reminding me of the earlier confrontation. Someone warned me not to do what I was doing, that I might fall. I replied that it wasn't like I would die, not bothering to glance back at the stranger. The stranger, a dual-haired male, rested his elbows on the ledge, his bored eyes meeting mine. He remarked that it seemed I could die, and annoyance flashed through my gaze as I looked back. He asked why I was up there, noting it wasn't a common place for someone to come. I stated that I came to think, not seeing the point in lying. He responded that he came for curiosity, and I smirked, recalling the saying about curiosity killing the cat. Taking a deep breath, I exhaled and tilted back. The stranger's breath hitched as his hands shot forward, ready to catch me with ice, but I simply backflipped with the grace of a gymnast, landing beside him on the roof with a mischievous grin. I reassured him to relax as I clasped my hands behind me, pressing my back against the ledge, my eyes now gazing up at the sky. And just like that, we stood in comfortable silence, basking in the city life around us. A small smile overtook my features as he stayed beside me, and I thought that he wasn't too bad for a human. Later, I mused that this should be fun. I couldn't wait to show off my quirk, and Kirishima grinned, matching my excitement. Bakugo declared he would wipe the floor with us, and I dreamily replied that I looked forward to it. He scrunched his face in disgust while Kirishima sweat-dropped at my antics. Ida shouted from the door, announcing that we would be entering soon, causing whispers to ripple through the crowd. Shoto approached Izuku, his face serious, and stated that he believed he was stronger than him. Izuku stuttered in response, and Shoto pointed out that All Might had his eye on him, making me tense. Izuku gasped in surprise, and I mumbled that he was making it obvious, unaware of Bakugo narrowing his eyes at my words. Kaminari remarked on Shoto's declaration of war, and I reminded everyone that now was not the time to pick a fight. Shoto shoved Kirishima's hands off, causing the latter to frown, and I silently thought about his statement. And to think that I was acquainted with a human. Izuku expressed uncertainty about Todoroki's confidence, acknowledging his superiority. Kirishima attempted to encourage Izuku, but he pressed on, emphasizing the determination of all the students from different courses striving for the top. He declared his intent to give everything he had to succeed, his face radiating determination. Present Mike announced the start of the first stage, and the students walked out to the roaring crowd, with me standing next to Izuku under the bright sun. The excitement of the UA Sports Festival filled the air, where aspiring heroes aim to leave their mark and become world famous. The crowd cheered for the students of Class 1A, who had recently faced a villain attack. As I scanned the crowd, my gaze landed on one of the narrators. He met my eyes lazily, and I smiled mischievously, fiddling with my scarf as he gave me a small thumbs up, a silent reminder to keep things in check. Izuku stuttered about the overwhelming number of people, while Ida reflected on the pressure of performing in front of such a large audience, noting that it was part of being a hero. Kirishima, feeling the weight of the moment, nervously remarked on the praise, while Bakugo grunted that it only fueled his desire to win. I silently observed Bakugo, knowing that if he was going to give his all, I needed to aim high as well. I was aware of the competition and the need to keep an eye on him and a few others. As we approached the center, Present Mike introduced the other classes, and the crowd's cheers grew louder. A feminine voice announced the introductory speech, causing some of my classmates to blush. Kirishima commented on Midnight's outfit, and I playfully threw an arm around his shoulder, teasing him about his embarrassment. Kaminari remarked on the R-rated nature of the hero, and then Present Mike introduced Katsuki Bakugo. I instinctively pushed away from Kirishima and charged through the group, cheering loudly for Bakugo, causing my classmates to sweat drop at my enthusiasm. Ignoring the lone cheer from the pink-haired girl, Bakugo glared ahead, focused on the competition. I just want to say, I'm going to win, he declared confidently, met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. The other students shouted their disapproval, but he only cheered louder. Not my fault, you all are just stepping stones to my victory, he remarked, pointing his thumb down dismissively. Now, let's get started right away. This game is what you'd call a qualifier. Here is the fateful first game. The projection appeared, spinning like a slot machine. This year it's... The crowd waited in anticipation. Obstacle race. Midnight announced. All classes will participate in this race, and the course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least not in this game. She liked her lips with a glint of excitement in her eyes. As long as you don't leave the course, you're all free to do whatever your heart's desire. Now then, take your places, contestants. Everyone rushed toward the entrance of the obstacle course, tension thick in the air as the 3 green glowing dots slowly extinguished. As the last one went out, Midnight shouted, "Begin!" Still, watching curiously as everyone surged into the course, pushing against each other until the narrow tunnel became crowded. This must be the first obstacle. Looking back, he stepped away from the chaos, creating some distance. A toothy grin spread across his face as he began to jog, then sprinted straight toward the commotion. Time seemed to slow as he prepared to collide with the others. Just before impact, he pushed off the ground, using the heads of the other competitors as stepping stones. Sounds of protests erupted beneath him, but he ignored them, hopping from head to head until he reached the front of the crowd. He leaped off the last head and landed on the ground, dashing out of the tunnel. Suddenly, a cold breeze whipped past him, and he glanced back to see ice spreading across the ground, heading straight for him. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he jumped just before the ice reached his feet, grabbing the edge of one of the surrounding walls and maintaining his balance as he ran along the ledge. He spotted Shoto not far behind him, and his eyes glinted with amusement as a certain grape-haired boy prepared to attack Shoto from behind. "Take this! My special attack!" Mineta yelled, but he was abruptly interrupted by a robot, causing him to stumble. The laughter that escaped him was short-lived as he narrowly dodged a metallic fist, leaping off the ledge to confront a large robot. Like a snake, he whipped his scarf out, latching it onto the arm of another robot that attempted to strike him. Using the robot's momentum against it, he tugged, causing it to collide with the other robot, allowing him to slip past and maintain first place. He wished he could have brought his scythe, but he had barely managed to convince them to let him bring his capture scarf, knowing that the general studies kids would be at a disadvantage otherwise. Amazing! Fumetsu is the first to get through, managing to use the robot's own strength against them. What can you expect from someone who came second in the exams? She is unstoppable, folks. Present Mike announced. He shivered at the cold breeze against his neck, glancing over his shoulder to see the silhouette of one of the large zero-point robots, now covered in ice, toppling over. That was not good. Spectacular. Todoroki is coming in second behind Fumetsu. He attacked and defended his escape route in one hit. He hasn't even faced the robots before, no wonder he got in on recommendation. Now running side by side with Shoto, he threw the boy a mischievous grin, but Shoto barely spared him a glance. "You should watch where you're going," he warned. Before Shoto could respond, his foot was snagged from underneath him, causing him to trip. Annoyance flashed across his features as he looked up, realizing that if it hadn't been for the girl who had tripped him with her scarf, he would have fallen into a large pit filled with thin angled cliffs connected by a tight rope. Shoto sent the girl a silent thank you before his expression turned stern as the horned girl skipped along the tight ropes like an acrobat. He gritted his teeth in irritation as she shot him a mocking smirk over her shoulder, taking off toward the next obstacle. What's this? Fumetsu is already through the second obstacle with ease. The leaders of the pack keep moving undaunted. His ears perked up at the sound of a familiar voice, knowing exactly who was still behind him. Not so fast, you all? Bakugu's enraged voice echoed from far behind, blasting after Todoroki, who was trying to catch up. And our leader has finally reached the final obstacle. A minefield lay ahead. He skidded to a stop, a devilish smirk forming on his face. He dared not move as Shoto shot past him, followed closely by Bakugu. More competitors began to rush past, attempting to navigate the course. He watched in amusement as people stepped on the mines, his smirk widening as he realized all his competition was now on the field. Taking a step forward, ready to leap into action, he halted as Izuku skidded to a stop beside him, holding a large piece of metal from the robot while panting heavily. "Fumetsu-chan?" he stuttered in shock. Last he heard, she had been in first place. "What are you still doing here?" he wondered, preparing to execute his master plan as her eyes shifted to the metal in his hands. "Same as you, except I was going to use my body," she replied, giving him her infamous devilish smirk. He returned it with a determined smile as they stood side by side, gripping the metal. 1, 2, 3 Fumetsu, he yelped as her right arm wrapped around his shoulder, tugging him forward. Their bodies, along with the metal, crashed onto the ground. Boom. What was that? A huge explosion from the back? "Woo!" she cheered as the wind blew their hair back. They soared over 2/3 of the field, drawing closer to two figures ahead. Class A's Midoriya and Fumetsu are in hot pursuit with a big comeback blast. Time slowed as they prepared to crash right in front of Shoto and Bakugu. Using Shoto's back for support, he slammed the armor of the metal into the ground, triggering another mine and launching them both forward once again. They flew the rest of the way to the edge of the minefield, crashing and rolling on the ground. Izuku groaned but gasped as he was pulled up, stumbling alongside her. "Come on, Ode. We've come this far," she grinned, guiding them toward the finish line while keeping a firm grip on his wrist. Izuku's eyes widened as the hand gripping his wrist tightened. He could feel the urgency in the moment, realizing that this was not for him, but rather to see the expression on someone else's face afterward. He was suddenly propelled forward, racing toward the finish line. The crowd erupted in cheers as he emerged from the tunnel, securing second place. The announcer declared, "The one who made it back to the stadium is none other than Izuku Midoriya. Second place is Hana Fumetsu. Third place is Shoto Todoroki. Fourth place is Katsuki Bakugo." The excitement in the air was palpable as Midnight announced that the top 42 from this qualifying round would move on, reassuring those who placed lower that there would be other opportunities to shine. She hinted that the real fun was about to begin, encouraging everyone to give it their all. As the projection displayed the next challenge, Izuku tilted his head in confusion at the term Calvary Battle. Human activities were not his specialty, and he felt a bit lost. Midnight explained that participants would form teams of 2-2. For, with a twist, each player had been assigned a point value based on their obstacle course results. The first-place contestants' points were a staggering 10 million. Izuku felt a mix of frustration and determination, wishing he hadn't helped the others. As Midnight continued to explain the game, he searched for his teammate. When the signal to start was given, he called out to his friend, but she quickly dashed past him, latching onto a blonde boy who was already forming his team. He seemed annoyed, searching for a fourth teammate while brushing her off. She persisted, trying to convince him of her worth, but he shoved her aside and grabbed another girl instead. The pink-skinned girl was surprised but reluctantly agreed to join him. Izuku watched as the scene unfolded, feeling a twinge of something at the harshness of the blonde's words. He noticed the sympathetic look from the pink girl, who was aware of the complicated relationship between the two. Katsuki Bakugo, the blonde, returned to his group, barely acknowledging the girl he had dismissed. His friends questioned his treatment of her, but he remained indifferent, insisting that she was better off with Izuku. Mina, one of the onlookers, felt uneasy about the situation, hoping that Hana wouldn't take it too personally. She recalled a previous encounter where Hana had intimidated another girl, making her retreat. Meanwhile, Izuku expressed his gratitude to Hana for her support, but she explained that she couldn't join him because Katsuki had already found someone else. The brief look of disappointment in her eyes did not go unnoticed, but Izuku smiled back, determined to make the best of the situation. As they discussed their strategy, the round-faced girl beside them chimed in, suggesting that if they ran away the whole time, they might win. Hana's expression turned bland, but the spirit of competition was alive and well as they prepared for the next challenge. "I guess beggars can't be choosers." Midoriya expressed his gratitude as Uraraka offered him a closed-eye smile. Fumetsu raised an eyebrow at her kindness and glanced at Izuku, noticing his cheeks were a bright shade of red, matching her horns. Curiosity piqued, Fumetsu wondered how Uraraka could elicit such a reaction from him. It was a look he had never seen on Izuku's face around her. Uraraka explained that it seemed like they didn't have many people on their team, and it reminded her of the hero versus villain training they had with Mr. All Might. Fumetsu stepped forward, leaning down slightly as she spoke, questioning what she could contribute beyond her quirk. Izuku warned Fumetsu with an uneasy tone, unsure why she was challenging Uraraka. He knew they needed more team members, and the last thing he wanted was for Uraraka to scare someone off. Uraraka reassured Izuku, insisting it was okay for him to step back and that Ito would join them. She turned her attention back to Fumetsu, meeting her intense gaze with determination. Despite being a few inches shorter, Uraraka faced her with conviction, stating that even without her quirk or the intelligence of Yaoyorozu, she would be a formidable opponent in the tournament. Fumetsu narrowed her eyes at Uraraka's sudden boldness, dismissing her confidence with a comment about not needing any extra help. Uraraka countered, expressing that she would be insulted if Fumetsu did. On the surface, she appeared brave, returning the glare, but inside, she was a bundle of nerves. Once the second event concluded and lunchtime was announced, Fumetsu remained in place as everyone dispersed. Izuku had vanished, and Tokoyami and Hatsum left with the others to eat, while Uraraka seemed to search for Izuku. Fumetsu called out to Uraraka, grabbing her wrist, causing the round-faced girl to jump at the sudden contact. When Uraraka asked what she meant, Fumetsu's thoughts drifted to a flushed Izuku and then to Bakugo. She dismissed Uraraka's concern, suggesting she ask Izuku to join instead, as she had no interest in winning a game. Kirishima approached with a grin, asking if Fumetsu was joining them. Fumetsu replied with a toothy grin, wishing Uraraka good luck in her search for her darling. As she released Uraraka's wrist and sauntered off, Uraraka was left perplexed by her words, her face warming as she recalled how Fumetsu referred to Bakugo. Uraraka shouted in protest, insisting it wasn't like that, but her words fell on deaf ears as Fumetsu continued on her way, no longer paying her any mind. "Let's go, we don't want to keep my darling waiting." Fumetsu called out, urging the redhead to move faster, causing him to sweat as they walked through the cafeteria line. Her eyes spotted her darling sitting at a nearby table, but her lips pursed in annoyance at the other students. As they gathered their food and approached the table, her annoyed gaze followed the newcomers. She bluntly stated that she minded Kaminari, Shiro, and Mina sitting with them, which earned her a sheepish smile from the redhead. He insisted that they weren't so bad and suggested that having another girl around would be nice. Fumetsu took her usual seat beside Bakugo, across from Kirishima. Mina sat on Kirishima's right, across from Bakugo, while Shiro took the seat next to Bakugo. Once they were seated, the conversation turned to the cavalry battle and the obstacle race. Kirishima praised Kaminari for his electric blast, which Kaminari responded to with a cocky gesture. Mina, however, was confused by the name he gave it, and Fumetsu bluntly suggested he should just discard the name altogether. Kirishima defended Kaminari, who sulked at the girl's teasing. Fumetsu remarked that it wasn't a move if his opponent could take him down before he finished saying it, which made Shiro and Mina chuckle. Kaminari then asked Fumetsu how she helped Midoriya win first place, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. She glanced at the irritated Bakugo beside her and admitted she wanted to see the look on her darling's face afterward. The others at the table, aside from Bakugo and Fumetsu, sweat dropped at her honesty. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, remarked that she seemed to enjoy getting under his skin. Fumetsu simply replied that she only did it when he deserved it, her gaze shifting to Mina, who sat across from Bakugo with a bitter expression. It wasn't that she held any malice toward Mina, she just felt betrayed that Bakugo chose a stranger over someone he knew. Kaminari muttered that it was no wonder Bakugo was always so hot-headed, to which Bakugo bluntly responded. That Kaminari was just jealous he chose someone else. Mina mumbled her name in frustration, and Fumetsu grumbled in annoyance. Bakugo matched her tone, and an icy atmosphere settled over the table as the four teens awkwardly ate, glancing at Bakugo, who remained indifferent yet irritated. Fumetsu straightened up, contemplating Bakugo's words, and firmly declared that she refused to comply. The table fell silent as Fumetsu ignored Bakugo's glare, which only intensified his irritation. Before Bakugo could respond, an announcement called for the remaining competitors to return to the arena. Fumetsu stood up, stretching her limbs and clasping her hands behind her back as she walked away. She called out to her darling, looking over her shoulder to flash him her signature grin, her eyes locking onto his. She declared that since everyone was declaring war, she had a declaration of her own. With a challenging smirk, she warned him that one wrong move would have serious consequences. The four teenagers inhaled sharply at her words. Kaminari's eyes widened in disbelief at the bold threat, while Kirishima scolded her for saying such things, fearing it would give people the wrong idea. Yet, Fumetsu's gaze remained fixed on Bakugo, who stood up and approached her, the tension palpable between them. Mina tried to defuse the situation, but the smirk on Bakugo's face suggested he was ready for the challenge. As they walked side by side back to the arena, a competitive energy crackled between them, leaving Kirishima to wonder if they were truly meant for each other. Fumetsu plopped down next to Kirishima, boredly resting her chin in her palm. She learned that Midoriya was up against a guy named Shinso. After a tense moment, Midoriya managed to pull off a move she had taught him, but not without injuring himself in the process. Fumetsu's attention shifted to the matchup screens, realizing she was next. She stood up, stretching lightly, and waved over her shoulder, assuring Kirishima that she didn't need luck. As she reached the tunnel area, she sighed lazily at the large screen above. Spotting a Class B student who had previously tried to outsmart her darling, She turned when she heard a male voice behind her. A mischievous idea sparked in her mind as she sized him up. The angel on her shoulder warned her against it, but the devil encouraged her to take action. She decided to confront him. He introduced himself and offered a friendly smile, suggesting they do their best in the upcoming match. Fumetsu hesitated before shaking his hand, then proposed a wager. If she won, he would have to admit that Class B was better in front of the entire stadium and agree to be her girlfriend for 6 months. If you win, I will admit that Class A is better to the entire stadium, and I will buy your lunch for the next 3 months. With his hand still in mine, he placed a gentle kiss on the back of it, reminiscent of a Prince Charming. I couldn't help but notice the strange flicker in his eyes at the contact. My brows raised at the unusual gesture before I stepped forward, a smirk forming on my face at the thought of a challenge and free food. It was almost too tempting to resist. Hadn't anyone ever told him not to make deals with the devil? He returned my smirk, a wild look flashing in his eyes as he straightened up and released my hand. He held his hand out again, insisting on sealing the deal. I shook my head, intrigued. He had made a deal with me, but like the true devil, I would seal it with one thing. Next up from Class B, Minoma Nito. The boy watched as the pink-haired girl stepped into the sunlight, stiffening as she turned her head. His instincts screamed for him to flee, but his pride kept him rooted in place, especially with the sinister smirk on her face. And from Class A, the devilish maiden, Fumetsu Hana. Blood. After lunch had commenced, I waited idly in the stands for the third part of the event to begin, the fights. This was the moment where it was all or nothing. I had to win, no matter what, even if it meant putting 1 or 2 people out of commission. Soon, my name was called for the first battle. A battle between classes. Now start. I stood still, bringing my hand up to grasp my scarf. The boy tensed at the motion, having seen what the girl could do with that seemingly harmless fabric. Come on, Fumetsu. I thought Class 1A was fearless. Don't tell me you need a measly scarf just to take me down. I interrupted him, loosening my scarf, which made his jaw clench. Just as I expected. You Class A students think you're better than us. Big mistake. My ears twitched at the sound of footsteps approaching, and my eyes shifted up to meet his crazed, glowing red eyes. Is Class B's Minoma's eyes glowing red? Is this his quirk? Aizawa observed as the girl slowly removed her scarf and dropped it to the side, casting aside her weapon. It's not his, it's hers, he commented, and the students perked up. The mystery girl had indeed secured second place in the obstacle race and had managed to defeat an entire team in the cavalry battle with nothing but a mere scarf, practically serving as her team's shield. It was no secret that most were curious about what her quirk actually was. Memories of teaching a younger version of her flashed through his mind. I can't do it. How am I supposed to defeat you if you're bigger than me? There will always be someone bigger and better than you, kid. It's how they fall that matters, because the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Time slowed as the boy neared, aiming for my face with his right fist. His eyes widened as I diverted his slow hand and seized his wrist. Poising my feet, I yanked him forward and gripped the back of his shirt. Using his own build and momentum against him, I lifted and flipped him over my shoulder, slamming him onto the ground. The crowd gasped in shock as cracks spread across the ground beneath him. Isn't that the same move Midoriya used on you and Shinso? Shiro pointed out. She's the one who taught the twerp the move, came the reply. Kaminari's eyes widened at the revelation. Wait. She's the one who taught Midoriya how to fight. Bakugo remained silent, growing increasingly irritated at the focus on the girl. Kirishima decided to answer for Bakugo, his eyes snapping back to the battle as the girl slowly walked to the side of the boy. He didn't know much about her, but he knew one thing. Out of all the girls in the class, Fumetsu was the most skilled at close combat. Skilled enough to take on people with quirks without using her own. Glanced at Bakugo for confirmation, and the boy begrudgingly nodded. Bakugo would never admit it, but he knew Fumetsu was better than him when it came to martial arts. Knowing how she secretly mixed her quirk with her close combat technique was why he knew to never get within close range of her if they ever fought again. What is she doing? Mineta questioned, his thoughts distracted as he watched the girl place her other foot on the other side of Monoma and squat down, taking his collar into her grip and tugging him up close. Biting my lip, I tugged the male up by his collar into a sitting position. He wore a perplexed expression. "I don't understand. I thought your quirk had to do with healing or immunity to physical attacks." Monoma wasn't foolish. He had carefully observed the way the girl moved and fought enough to deduce that her quirk had to do with immunity. There was no way she could have gotten past the first 2 sports events without using her quirk. It simply wasn't possible. Time to seal our deal, human. Class A's jaws dropped comically at the scene, the crowd falling silent in shock. Kirishima jumped as a low growl erupted from beside him. "Bakugu." He trailed off, closing his mouth with an awkward expression. The ash blonde's nose was upturned, a fierce glare set on his face. His fists trembled as if he were about to explode at any moment. "You really do enjoy making me mad, don't you, Shitsu? Only when you deserve it." The boy's sweat dropped at the memory, his eyes shifting back to the battle. "You really do enjoy making him mad." He shook his head at the thought with a sigh. "I guess this is your way of getting back at him for choosing Mina. In the 3rd round, Shoto would face Ida while I was up against my darling. Whoever won those rounds would fight for first place. Shoto's and Ida's match was up first before mine and Bakugu's. Both Bakugu and I waited silently in the waiting room as I rested my chin on my hand lazily. I felt daggers glaring into my skull, causing me to smirk lightly. She teased him about his glare, suggesting that if he kept it up, he would get wrinkles. He was clearly annoyed by her playful demeanor, especially after the incident with a Class B student. She explained that she had simply used his quirk against him, resting her chin on her hands with a mischievous smile. She hinted that if he wanted a kiss, all he had to do was ask, but before she could finish, the table between them exploded into pieces as he stood towering over her. Unfazed, she rose to meet him with a defiant look in her eyes, reminding him that his explosions didn't scare her. She was determined to show him that she was not like the other girls he knew, and if it meant fighting for his recognition, she was ready. Their tension was interrupted by an announcement calling them to the arena tunnel. He clenched his jaw and stepped back, stating that they would settle things in the arena. She grinned in anticipation, eager to see who would come out on top. As the match began, the crowd erupted with excitement. They locked eyes and he loosened his body, preparing for the fight. He warned her not to hold back, and she responded in kind. When the signal to start was given, they charged at each other, creating a shockwave as they unleashed their quirks. He aimed a blast at her, but she skillfully dodged and countered with a move she had taught her friend, wrapping her scarf around his leg and throwing him over her shoulder. He was surprised by her strength as he rolled to the side just in time to avoid her foot crashing down where his head had been. Seizing an opportunity, he struck her midsection with a powerful blast, sending her flying back. She recovered quickly, blocking his next attack and narrowly avoiding his explosive punches. In a swift motion, she kicked him in the jaw and used her scarf to pull him back again, but he managed to break free, pushing himself up and preparing to retaliate. Their struggle continued, each trying to gain the upper hand. She playfully remarked that he wouldn't be her darling if he fell for the same trick twice. As they grappled, he felt her nails digging into his palm, and the scent of blood filled the air, igniting a fierce grin on her face. They both fell to the ground, and she straddled him, almost teasingly bringing his hand to her mouth. However, an explosion from his other hand sent her flying off him. Panting, he wiped the blood from his hand on his uniform, feeling the weight of the moment. He warned her that one wrong move could be fatal. She had tasted his blood, and he recalled the consequences of past encounters. Despite the pain, he recognized her strength as she slowly got back to her feet, her injuries healing before his eyes. He felt a surge of determination. He needed to find a way to defeat her, even if his explosions seemed ineffective. With a clenched jaw, he charged forward again, and their battle resumed, each determined to prove their strength. The classes, heroes, and crowd watched in awe as punches and kicks flew between the two combatants. Each blow delivered by Bakugu's quirk caused damage, but it healed almost instantly. Aside from his broken ribs and busted lip, he seemed to be holding his own against the horned girl. As Bakugo reeled his arm back for another attack, he braced himself, bringing his arms up in a cross motion. The force sent him sliding back toward the center of the arena. He began to pant lightly as the smoke from the medium-sized explosion cleared. Bakugo was no longer in the same spot. Left, right. His cyan eyes shot upward to see his opponent's arms poised to strike. Time seemed to slow as his eyes widened slightly. In a cold chair, a girl with wide cyan eyes flitted her gaze everywhere, thinking to herself that she had to escape. It had been 3 days since she had last been fed or allowed to use the bathroom. The smell of her own discomfort seeped through the ragged black cloak she had been given long ago. A woman had once ensured her health, but now it felt like a cruel cycle of torment. She hadn't seen another human in weeks. Sharp nails dug into the destroyed plush arms of the seat as she listened intently for any signs of life. She felt different from others, leading her to believe she wasn't entirely human. Her skin was a scarlet red, reminiscent of blood that had stained the floor but now seemed to return as if it had never been shed. A pounding ache throbbed in her head. Her eyes caught sight of crimson bones protruding from her temple beneath her hair. She wondered if she had always been like this. Memories of her parents' loving smiles flickered in her mind, faint but cherished, reminding her of a time before her captivity. As she fiddled with the tight rope binding her wrists, she stiffened at the sound of metal clacking. Someone was coming, a middle-aged man she had grown accustomed to during her time there. She perked up at the sound of something opening behind her, and the familiar rolling table entered the room. She made no motion to react as the man fiddled with his tools beside her, believing it would be another day of torment. The glint of pliers shone under the bright light above her. He remained silent, bringing the tool closer to her fingers. She wanted to ask where she was and where her parents were, but fear kept her from speaking as the coldness of the tool pressed against her pinky finger. She flinched as he began to apply pressure, clenching her jaw as the pain intensified. Before he could squeeze, the ropes binding her ankles snapped, and she shot up and forward. The rope that bound her arms wrapped around the man's neck, and she twisted to see the struggle on his face as she pulled with all her might. His head pressed against the back of the seat, and he had nowhere to go as she pushed against the legs of the chair. She watched as his face turned red, and he struggled in vain. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she shut her eyes, trying to block out the sounds of his fading strength. She wanted to apologize but didn't know how. Even though he was her captor, she sensed he was just doing his job, evident in the trembling of his fingers and the small apologies that slipped from his lips. As his struggles ceased and he went limp, she realized she had taken a life. Where he had gone, she had no idea, but if she stayed, she would follow him. She sent a silent apology as she flipped his lifeless body over and snatched the key card necklace from around his neck. Almost tripping over his large frame, she pressed the ID card to the scanner he used to enter and exit. The familiar click sparked a sense of hope as she dashed down a random hallway. An image of her mother's loving smile filled her mind, urging her to move faster as she crept through the halls, avoiding the white-coated figures. Suddenly, loud alarms echoed through the vicinity, and the white coats moved with urgency. Her heart raced as she hid behind a set of crates near a locked door. The black-coated figures, armed with devices that could inflict pain, were searching for her. Panic surged within her as she spotted an air duct above. She considered climbing the mountain of boxes she hid behind to break it open, but the approaching footsteps made her hesitate. Just then, someone grabbed her wrist and yanked her into the room beside her. The door shut behind them, and she turned, baring her sharp teeth defensively at the short pink-haired woman who pressed herself against the door for a moment. Her growling ceased as she recognized the woman's hair, which matched her own, though it was shorter than before. The girl struggled to speak, calling out to her mother, but the words barely formed. The woman, Hana, flinched at the sound before turning around. In a swift motion, Hana scooped her up in her arms, dressed in a clean white shirt and pants. The girl's gaze shifted to the rattled chain around Hana's ankle, connecting her to the bedside. Was she trapped like her? She struggled to say, "Father," as Hana held her at arm's length. A pained yet loathing look flashed in her eyes at the mention of the man, different from the usual expression she used to give him. Her soft hands gently touched his horns while her other hand cupped his cheek, as if she couldn't believe he was there. She closed her eyes with a shaky sigh before ushering him quickly to her bedside, pushing the furniture aside to reveal a sealed air vent. Nodding toward the vent, she seemed to know he could break it open. He bent down, and his hand shot forward, breaking the lid off like a twig, small cracks lining the wall as he set it down. Getting on his hands and knees, he crawled near the vent, glancing over his shoulder to ensure she was behind him, but she shook her head lightly. A look of regret and sorrow flashed through her eyes, causing his own to widen. He got up and tugged on her shirt sleeve, expressing his desire to go home. She softly cupped the back of his hand, guiding his face into her being. Sniffles echoed through the small room as she caressed his hair, her hand flinching when it touched one of the scarlet-red horns on his temple. His doe-like eyes peered up through his long bangs, looking at her in confusion as her eyes were clenched shut and her lips quivered. She urged him to find home, tears brimming in his eyes as he was suddenly pushed toward the vent, a wrinkled paper shoved into his hand. Reluctantly, he crawled into the vent, and she placed the lid back on, creating a barrier between them. Regret, guilt, and pain laced her cyan eyes as she told him to follow the map and go home, expressing her love for him no matter what happened. It was all for him, always had been. He nearly whimpered as loud banging sounds erupted from the door she had pulled him through, causing him to back away deeper into the small vent. Ignoring the sounds of his mother's struggle to keep the door shut against the black coats trying to get through, he focused on the map, his rabid breathing filling the tight space. Determination and adrenaline surged through him. He would escape and return for her and his father. His eyes sparked with light as it shone through another vent. Looking down at the map, he noticed the trail ended here. Was this the way out? He gripped the flat white metal bars of the vent and broke them off. Distracted by his excitement at finally being free, his legs dangled from the top vent as he braced himself and dropped, crying out as sharp pain stabbed through his ankle. The sound of clapping suddenly snapped his attention up, and his eyes widened in terror. He found himself in the same room he had been in before, the one where he had spent most of his time during those days. Hopelessness crashed into him in waves as the familiar clicking sound of the door opening and closing followed by footsteps filled the air. He stared in disbelief as his small form was hauled back to that cold chair, confused eyes staring forward at the two people standing behind the clear wall he had thought was just a simple barrier. They had been watching him this entire time, and he didn't understand. He slumped in his chair helplessly, feeling like a wounded animal as the black coats left him alone with the two spectators. Two adults stood behind the wall, watching him. One was dressed in the same plain black tux he always wore. He called out for his father, and beside him stood a woman whose eyes matched his, crinkled with tears and regret as her fists pressed against the screen. She whispered an apology, while the man sported a wicked grin, congratulating him for finding his way back home. His eyes snapped open, and he looked ahead. He had been out of it longer than expected. He asked how long it had been, sitting up as his hand grazed the new metal headband connected to his horns. He learned it had only been a day, and he had missed the awarding of the sports festival. He caught the bronze medal tossed to him with an inquisitive look. He asked if he had killed anyone and where his scarf was, focusing on getting the flimsy necklace over his horns. The teacher's sweat dropped at the calm tone of his words. He reassured him that all might had gotten to him in time and had pulled him out before anyone could see him change. He was lucky that Power Loader had made 2 extra pairs just in case. The teacher reminded him not to be so reckless. He expressed frustration, stating that they didn't understand what would happen if he went longer than 6 minutes without the headband. They had discussed this when they took him to Night-Eye. If they had been a second late in putting the headband back on, he could have endangered everyone's lives in the stadium, especially Bakugo. Aizawa didn't know much about what would happen if his transformation was complete, only that there was a reason he had found him where he did. If his skin turned completely red, destruction would follow, and he would prevent the prophecy Night-Eye had foretold when he read the boy. The teacher warned that he shouldn't have brought him there, that he wasn't meant to be there. The other adult insisted he couldn't just leave him to die and demanded to know what was foreseen. The response was grim, warning that once his flesh burned crimson, the ground would be littered with blood everywhere. This creature would be the downfall of heroes, and he should have left him where he found him. The boy teased about the teacher growing soft, swinging his legs over the bed while feeling the intense stare burning into the side of his skull. Pulled from his thoughts, the man wore a grim frown. The boy reassured him to relax, promising he wouldn't harm any of his precious students. Some of them are far too interesting to simply dispose of. Hana narrowed her eyes at him, her tone sharp as she questioned why she should care about what happened to heroes or humans. She reminded him of the pain she had endured before they arrived, recounting the suffering she had experienced. As she opened the door to leave, she glanced back at him with a raised brow and a wicked grin, asking if they had really saved her. Aizawa's gaze faltered at the calm yet dark undertone of her words. He had never fully understood what the young girl had gone through or why. All he knew was that it was his responsibility to ensure she never had to endure such suffering again. The sound of the door closing made his shoulders slump slightly as he ran his rough hands through his hair, a memory of their first meeting replaying in his mind. He had gently let go of the small creature's hand after taking her to see Night-Eye. Doubts had crept in, leading him to return her to the abandoned underground facility where he had found her. It was a mission about illegal quirk experimentation, and he had not expected to find a young girl chained to a chair in a dark, dusty room. The scratches on the floor indicated her desperate attempts to free herself. He grumbled that he was taking her home, ushering her to the chair where she had been bound. Her wide doe-like eyes stared at him for a moment before she cast her gaze down and shuffled to the chair. He watched emotionlessly as she climbed into it, the glimmer of hope in her eyes replaced with emptiness. She muttered, "Home," robotically, reaching for the chains that had bound her and slowly pulling the end he had removed towards her. A perplexed expression crossed his face as he surveyed the area, realizing she could have escaped if she had wanted to. His jaw clenched at the memory of Night-Eye's voice echoing in his mind. He turned away, intent on leaving her where he found her, to die, as those were his orders. He wrestled with his conscience, torn between the orders he had received and the life of a child. The rattling of metal followed by a small yelp made him stiffen. He looked over his shoulder to see the tiny being had accidentally fallen from the chair and was now fumbling with the chain, trying to clasp it back around her ankle. An aggravated groan escaped him as the small child looked up curiously. He turned back toward her, pausing as she bowed her head and pressed her body against the floor, much like a cowering dog. He wondered what they had done to her, his heart aching at the sight. He held his hands up and stepped forward slowly to show he was no threat. The girl remained silent, still in her vulnerable position. Kneeling down, he reached out and softly ruffled her pink hair, assuring her he wouldn't hurt her. He then shifted his hand to her ankle, where she was trying to clasp the chain back around her foot. He tossed the chain aside, causing her eyes to widen slightly before they locked onto his. Curiosity flickered in her empty gaze as he slowly took off his scale-patterned scarf and wrapped it around her neck as best as he could. He clenched his jaw as she allowed him to do this, showing no signs of fear or resistance. He sighed at her silent response, ensuring the fabric was snug around her neck, knowing it was cold. He watched her make no reaction to the warm scarf now around her neck. With a sigh, he lay down on his side, staring into her cyan eyes. Her eyes widened at his actions, as he left himself vulnerable to her small, sharp claws just a few feet away. As he expected, an animalistic sound slipped past her lips, confusion evident as to why someone stronger than her was submitting to her. Later, Izuku repeated the term, she-devil, and Kirishima explained it was likely due to her horns. Midnight smiled approvingly, stating she liked it. Tsuyu commented bluntly that it certainly fit. After her name was approved, Hana returned to her seat, noticing that Darling was still without an official name. She watched as he scribbled and erased furiously at potential hero names. He considered names like Kabang, Murder Explosion King, and Big Bang. As he went to write another name, he tensed at the light breath that brushed against his ears. Irritated, he turned to glare at the pinkette, but his expression faltered as he saw her genuine curiosity focused on his whiteboard. She suggested the name Bakushinchi, her eyes meeting his without concern for the distance between them. She had a tendency to be the center of attention, and she grinned, referring to his quirk and personality. Bakugo considered the unusual name for a moment as he glanced back at his board. Though he disliked the idea coming from her, he had to admit it suited him, my darling Ground Zero. She hummed in victory, causing him to grumble a brief dismissal. The name rolling off someone else's tongue made his lips twitch. Explosion Hero, Ground Zero. Once everyone had decided on their hero names, they returned to discussing internships. The instructor announced that personalized lists would be handed out to those who had been drafted. They could choose from those who scouted them, while those not scouted had around 40 agencies across the country to consider. He looked at the list of pro-heroes with curiosity, unsure of whom to choose. Should he pick the strongest one? His brows raised at one hero in particular, surprised that someone so prominent had scouted him. He shrugged and filled out his application, handing it in. The rest of the day passed normally until it was time to leave. He didn't wait for Aizawa and rushed forward, falling into step with his companion. A voice called out, causing him to sulk at the loss of alone time with Bakugo. Kirishima jogged up to them, sporting a toothy grin, but froze as a certain pinkette glared at him. He awkwardly asked if he was interrupting something while Bakugo looked over his shoulder, bored. Bakugo dismissed him, asking what he wanted and when he had arrived. Kirishima, feeling the tension, explained that he was heading to a family friend's house, which was in the direction they were walking, and suggested they walk together. Bakugo's irritation was palpable as he told Kirishima to leave. Kirishima, unfazed, grinned and challenged Bakugo, suggesting they continue walking. The pinkette gasped as Kirishima grabbed her hand and tugged her forward. It took her a moment to realize his intentions, but then a grin spread across her face, and she fell into step beside him. Kirishima nearly jumped at the warmth of her hand in his, feeling a strange heat in his stomach as he glanced at her teasing expression directed at a now silently fuming Bakugo. She playfully remarked that if Bakugo said to leave, they should do just that. Kirishima's eyes widened at her cute expression, realizing that while he was used to her playful comments, she had never been this physically close to him before. He internally chastised himself for feeling flustered, trying to ignore her hand in his as he turned his head away. He coughed into his palm, attempting to regain his composure and nodded, saying it was unfortunate. Suddenly, a forceful tug made their hands drop. An irritated Bakugo stomped in front of them, demanding to know who had allowed them to walk ahead. Amusement flashed across Kirishima's face as he grinned, ignoring the strange emotions he had felt moments before. He teased Bakugo, suggesting that even if they were sweaty, he would still love to hold hands with him. Bakugo scowled at the pinkette but didn't pull his hand away as she happily grabbed it again. She had a firm grip, and once she held on, it was hard to break free. Despite his annoyance, a small sense of contentment crossed his features as he glanced at Kirishima, who was grinning at the pair. Bakugo felt a wave of victory wash over him. Usually, he didn't mind when she flirted with other guys, but today, it stirred something unsettling within him as he noticed the expression in Kirishima's eyes when she held his hand. A sense of possessiveness overcame Bakugo, as if someone was encroaching on his territory. He and Kirishima bantered the whole way, while Bakugo wore his usual annoyed expression. Occasionally, he tried to pull his hand back with small explosions, but the minor pain only amused her further. She playfully suggested imagining if his explosions could come from other places, and Kirishima chimed in, wondering if he could blast off from his feet. They both pictured a chibi Bakugo blasting off into space like a rocket, which made her face flush with a sudden thought. Kirishima noticed her reddened face and asked what was wrong. She scratched her cheek, embarrassed, and shyly replied that he probably wouldn't want to know. Kirishima insisted it couldn't be that bad, curious as always, knowing that she had a knack for saying the most outrageous things. Bakugo ignored the two individuals but secretly thought about how impressive it would be to detonate from any part of his body. He envisioned multiple cool attacks that could be useful in combat. Ushering Kirishima closer, they leaned back behind an unaware Bakugo. The narrator whispered thoughts to Kirishima, not wanting the blonde to hear. They considered a specific part Bakugo could detonate from, leading to a rather amusing image in their mind. A light pink bubble gum from the lollipop popped, smothering the narrator's face in pink. The plain-looking woman grimaced at the scene, watching the girl get up with a sigh. She questioned whether this girl was truly worthy of interning there. The woman thought with disapproval as she escorted the teen girl through the door of her employer's office. The narrator grumbled lightly, trying to remove the gum from their face while sensing an unnatural heat in the room. They didn't bother to greet the pro-hero immediately and settled for peeling the gum off at a frustratingly slow pace. Having arrived at the agency nearly an hour and a half ago, they had been confined to the waiting room for ages. As far as they were concerned, Bakugo deserved it. Finally yanking the gum off, it landed on the shiny marble floor with a plop. Releasing an exasperated sigh, the narrator's cyan eyes shifted up to connect with the obviously irritated eyes of Endeavor. They suppressed a grin, offering a mocking bow of their head. Endeavor acknowledged them and gestured for them to take a seat, nodding toward his son, Todoroki, who stood behind one of the seats instead of sitting. The narrator raised an eyebrow, walking forward to stand beside Todoroki without sparing him a glance, resting their elbows on the plush seat. They remarked on how everyone knew Todoroki, referencing his distinct appearance. The narrator noted that they hadn't spoken much since their time on the skyscraper. Todoroki had been distant until the sports festival when he had fought Izuku, and they noticed a small change in him since then. Dismissing their thoughts, the narrator reminded themselves that they were only there because Endeavor was apparently the second strongest. A look of annoyance flashed through Endeavor's eyes, but he maintained his temper. He had a reason for requesting the girl. An image of the #1 hero appearing to personally escort her during her match with Bakugo played in his mind. The only reason All Might would intervene in a battle was if it was a life-or-death situation. Endeavor's gaze shifted to the girl's odd horns where a metallic headband was clasped. That was a power limiter, used by pro-heroes for training. Endeavor recalled how the girl had managed to get through almost the entirety of the tournament without using her quirk. He explained that there were many reasons he had requested her for his agency, but for now he would gauge her abilities by having her spar with his son. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly at the order, realizing Endeavor was not just testing him but the girl as well. Endeavor stated that if she could keep up with his son, she could continue her internship, proving her worth. However, if she was easily defeated, she would have to leave the agency, as he had no use for weaklings. The narrator shrugged their shoulders and turned to look at Todoroki for the first time since arriving. They had been eager for a proper one-on-one with him since his fight with Izuku. Endeavor's words would have offended or unnerved anyone else, but to the narrator, they were merely a challenge. If they couldn't surpass Endeavor's pride and joy, they might as well leave. They expressed their curiosity about how hot Todoroki's flames were. Todoroki returned their grin with his usual stoic expression as Endeavor led them to an elevator. He inserted a golden key into a keyhole, turning it in a specific way. The narrator's eyes drifted lazily to the flames that enveloped most of Todoroki's form, wondering how hot his father was. Like a moth attracted to light, the narrator lifted a finger. Todoroki, noticing the girl raising her hand toward his father's flames, shot out his hand to stop her, but it was too late. One of her fingers had touched the fire. Snatching her hand back, he prepared to use his ice to numb the pain, about to call her reckless, but froze as the burned skin of her finger began to repair itself. He recalled her taking Bakugo's stun grenade head-on during the hero versus villain training. The girl remarked on how hot Todoroki's father was, teasing that she wondered how hot he would be. Todoroki dropped her wrist, narrowing his eyes, realizing she was apparently immune to physical damage. The elevator doors opened to reveal a large open space. The faint scorch marks and wooden training dummies indicated this was the agency's training room. Endeavor moved to the side, standing with his arms crossed and a stern expression, observing the bored girl with her arms resting on her head and his expressionless son. Endeavor was using this spar to assess the girl's potential, as she had rarely used her quirk during the tournament. He wanted to see how she managed to get her opponent's blood if they were long-range fighters. His gaze shifted to the long-range fighter opposite her. Although this son was powerful and had only recently begun using his flames, Endeavor recognized one of Shoto's weaknesses, his reliance on the overwhelming power of his quirk. He needed to learn to either fight without it or control it. A smirk formed on Endeavor's face as he turned his attention back to the pinkette. What better way to practice than on her? The giant man recalled the peculiar scene in the elevator when she had touched his hellfire, confirming the rumors that she possessed remarkable healing abilities and endurance. He wondered if those attributes were part of her quirk. The match began. Shoto stepped forward, summoning a medium-sized glacier that charged toward her at a rapid pace. A replay of the tournament flashed in her mind. How predictable! She unclasped her scythe from her school uniform's hip. Shoto's heterochromatic eyes surveyed the spot where she stood, and as the ice crashed, a small frosty smoke screen formed. His eyes widened as a large scythe was hurled at him through the smoke at an alarming speed. Quick reflexes kicked in as he moved his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade that skimmed past his cheek. His hands shot out to block the incoming knee aimed at his gut. A grin spread across her face as she dropped her knee, and her fist, aimed for his face, made contact with his forearm. A small grunt escaped him from the force of her knuckles as he held her other hand at bay with his right one. She praised his speed, causing his eyes to narrow. Her grin widened at the freezing sensation in her hand, which he had encased in ice. "But you're not fast enough," she thought. She lifted her left foot and kicked his knee, causing it to straighten. Wrenching her ice-encased hand free, she delivered a swift uppercut. A snicker escaped her lips as his jaw was forcefully pushed up. He staggered back slightly, making her raise an eyebrow as he seemed unaffected by the blow. It appeared he could take a hit. His calculating eyes flitted to the side, realizing she was no longer in front of him. She taunted him, questioning if that was the best he could do as she strutted to her scythe and hefted the large weapon onto her shoulder effortlessly. Just then, her body was encased in ice from the neck up. She expressed awe at the attack and watched as he blasted flames straight at her. Thinking he had caught her, his breath hitched as an intense heat suddenly slammed into him, propelling him back just as the flames crashed into Fumetsu. Confusion washed over him. When had she gotten his blood? Instantly, he used his ice quirk to numb the heat of his own attack. Now panting lightly on his knees, he looked at the smoke from the invisible heat radiating from his now half-burnt clothes, mixed with the frost of his ice cooling him down before he could sustain injury. A whine came from the direction where he had attacked her. He deadpanned as her head peeked through the smoke, coughing lightly. "Endeavor," announced that it was enough and walked toward the pair as Shoto stood up with a sigh, approaching the absent-minded female who seemed to be grumbling. As he reached her, the smoke began to dissipate, and his unblinking eyes went rigid at her attire, or rather, her lack of it. The entire top half of her uniform was burned away, leaving only her white patterned scarf. Endeavor remained still, his unblinking eyes wide before his jaw slackened. He turned to walk back toward the elevator, instructing Shoto to get her some clothes and show her to her room before meeting him back in the office. A wave of awkward tension filled the room as Shoto stiffly walked toward her, taking what was left of his own burned school jacket. She thought bitterly that he should have at least let them change into their hero uniforms before shaking her head with a sigh and crossing her arms over her chest. As the stoic boy reached her, she nodded in slight approval. She complimented him on the power of his flames, preparing to take his outstretched jacket. With surprising speed, he shot out his other hand, keeping the arm that covered his modesty in place. His eyes were slightly averted as he turned his head to the side. He calmly requested that she not do that, making her pee her head slightly as she analyzed his strange expression. His face wasn't flushed like Kirishima's would be when she flirted, nor was it angered like Darling's when she teased. It was a peculiar mix of tension and awkwardness, as if he didn't know how to express himself. Expertly, he used his other hand to set the front of the partially burned jacket on her chest. By the look on his face, it was clear he wanted her to grab the coat and hold it to her chest. A mischievous smirk spread across her features as she looked him up and down with an inquisitive gaze. He insisted impatiently that she take the jacket. She dropped her free hand to her side and stepped closer to him, causing him to step back while still managing to keep her covered. She thought to herself that since Darling wasn't there, she might as well have some fun. She teased him, suggesting that he should be familiar with such things. He bluntly replied that he had never had occasion to do so. She hinted that there was a first time for everything, loosening her hold on her arm. She nearly burst out laughing as his eyes widened, and his hand pressed against her chest to keep her modest. He stated flatly that it wouldn't happen today, making her purse her lips and actually reach her hand up to press what remained of the jacket to her chest. The atmosphere was charged as she walked past the male toward the elevator. His response was laced with sarcasm, pointing out her idea of fun involved precarious stunts and teasing Bakugo. She rolled her eyes, crossing her arms over her jacket while pressing the elevator button to ascend. She retorted that it wasn't harassment if it was welcomed, her tone defiant. His perplexed expression only fueled her irritation, and she shot back with a dismissive comment. As she stepped into the elevator, she reflected on her attire, which had been ruined, though she had changed into her hero costume. The male beside her smirked, suggesting that her choice of agency indicated her readiness to embrace a challenging path. Her thoughts drifted to a memory of a man, but she quickly dismissed it, maintaining a calm facade. The pro-hero's stern gaze met hers, demanding her attention. She feigned ignorance, which only tightened his jaw in frustration. Shoto, observing the exchange, couldn't help but find her honesty amusing, even as his father expected compliance. Endeavor pressed on, asking her about quirk marriages. She responded with a simple explanation, which earned her an unimpressed look from him. Shoto clarified the concept, noting that specific pairings were meant to enhance quirks or bloodlines. Endeavor leaned forward, his demeanor shifting as he posed a surprising question about marrying his son. She glanced at Shoto, who seemed equally taken aback. A mischievous smirk appeared on her lips, signaling that she was about to defy expectations. Shoto tensed, knowing that look all too well. She casually stated that she wouldn't mind the arrangement, leaving Shoto momentarily speechless. Endeavor's grin widened, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. He eagerly instructed her to approach his desk, pulling out a form and pen. She stepped forward, curiosity evident in her expression. When she asked if signing the paper would mean they were married, Endeavor chuckled, clarifying the process. She inquired about the benefits of the arrangement, prompting Endeavor to outline the advantages. Shoto, watching in disbelief, felt a surge of protectiveness. He warned her against being naive, emphasizing the potential pitfalls of the deal. Yet, she countered his concerns with a calm assertion, indicating that he was the one being foolish. His eyes widened slightly at her blunt tone as her cyan eyes locked onto his with intensity before she turned her head to examine the deal. She remarked that he certainly compared well to her darling in terms of looks and was much easier on the eyes. With the benefits of this deal, it was practically what every human girl dreamed of. Shoto stared at the pinkette with a hint of disapproval and disgust, realizing that her motivation for signing was his family's wealth and serving as a replacement for Bakugo. Initially, he thought she was different from the rest and would prove his father wrong, but now he felt he had misjudged her. Endeavor grinned widely as she brushed past his son and placed the paper on the desk, preparing to sign. However, she paused, expressing that there was something bothering her. The flaming hero raised an eyebrow and nodded reassuringly, encouraging her to ask. She straightened up, looking down at the paper in frustration, clearly conflicted. She declared that she was not human. The man's lips parted in confusion as she shrugged with a disappointed sigh. The girl pouted, spinning around and patting the perplexed boy's shoulder, suggesting he had dodged a bullet. As she walked toward the door, she halted and warned him that the next time he considered making a deal with the devil, he should think carefully about what he was bargaining for. She glanced back over her shoulder, offering the males a devilish grin. Using the moment of distraction, Stain lifted his foot and struck Shoto in the abdomen, sending him flying back a few paces. Shoto managed to angle his body and slid on the heels of his feet. Until he was slightly in front of Shoto, who had positioned a paralyzed Izuku behind him. Stain remarked that the day had been full of distractions, eyeing the dual-haired boy and the pinkette. Shoto muttered that Midoriya needed to provide more detailed instructions in situations like this as he took a defensive stance, staring emptily at the hero killer. The attention of the three males shifted to the pink-haired girl, who had her back turned to them. Stain mockingly commented that a hero was the last thing he expected her to be, noting that she always knew how to make him laugh. Shoto stepped forward, eyes narrowed, and asked how she knew the hero killer. The question seemed to widen Stain's grin, but the pinkette remained silent. Stain encouraged her to tell them who he was. Shoto responded by sending a wave of ice towards Stain, forcing the man to jump into the air as the ice carried native heroes over to their side. Shoto deduced that Stain was someone from her past, casting a glance at the unusually silent girl. Izuku warned them not to let Stain draw their blood, suggesting that he paralyzed his victims by ingesting it. However, the pinkette seemed lost in her thoughts, her grip on her scythe trembling as memories of the man flashed in her mind. She recalled his words about the world being filled with injustice and how one should enjoy eliminating those injustices. The sound of a blade being thrown snapped her back to reality as it headed straight for her. She inhaled sharply as she was pulled back just in time, the blade missing her skin but not Shoto's. Stain appeared in front of them, his long tongue reaching out to lick Shoto's grazed cheek. Instinctively, she yanked Shoto back, narrowly avoiding Stain's tongue. She quickly grabbed her scarf and lashed out, wrapping it around the hero killer's neck. Using the scarf, she forced his head down, allowing her knee to make contact with his chin. The force of the blow caused him to bite down on his tongue, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as he tasted blood. Taking one hand off the scarf, she prepared to slash at the distracted killer with her scythe. Stain acknowledged her survival thus far, but warned her not to die now. As she swung, he diverted her scythe, knocking it from her hands and slicing horizontally with his sword. Time slowed as the edge of the blade nearly sliced her neck open, but it was blocked by ice. Stepping aside, she watched as Shoto slammed his foot on the ground, sending more ice shooting after Stain, forcing the killer to retreat quickly. Shoto urged her to stay focused, warning that one wrong move could lead to their demise. He gripped her shoulder but paused, noticing moisture in her eyes that seemed to linger on Stain's form. Ida cried out, struggling to get up, which caught their attention. Shoto slammed both hands on the ground, causing an ice wall to rise. Shaking her head lightly, she blinked away the strange wet feeling in her eyes, positioning her scythe with a small grin. She reminded herself that now was not the time for memories. If the hero killer sensed even a moment of weakness, he would strike. The scent of blood filled her nostrils, causing her to glance briefly at Shoto's bleeding cheek. Midoriya struggled to move, feeling a sudden flinch in his hand. As Shoto straightened up to buy them some time, she grabbed the sleeve of his shoulder, pulling him close. He froze as she liked his still bleeding cheek, and it didn't take long for the wound to close, indicating that her quirk was activated. She noted that obstructing one's own vision when facing a faster opponent was a rookie mistake. Her eyes widened as the ice wall was sliced through, and two blades pierced Shoto's arm. Reflexively, he reached for his arm in pain but faltered at the sensation or lack thereof. Suddenly, Stain flew over their heads, aiming to strike the frozen native hero. Her eyes widened as Izuku appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the front of Stain's shirt and dragging him across the wall. She muttered in relief, applying pressure to her arm as the battle continued. He was the last one to get hit, and she still couldn't move a muscle. After dragging the man, Izuku jumped back, landing beside them. Todoroki ordered everyone to get back, and she nearly flinched as Izuku tugged her back, his hand accidentally brushing against her arm. A hiss of pain slipped past her lips, and she wrenched her arm from his grip, causing his eyes to widen with concern. He noticed her injury and exclaimed that she was hurt and questioned why it wasn't healing. Instantly, she covered his mouth with her hand, shaking her head and offering him a tense, reassuring grin. She insisted that he shouldn't worry about her but rather focus on the hero killer. She explained that the villain's quirk was similar to hers, except his victims froze when he ingested their blood for a specific amount of time. Izuku, with furrowed brows, replied that he was the last one to get hit while Shoto kept the assassin at bay with his flames. She clarified that the villain's quirk's time limit depended on blood type. Stain, with a mocking smirk, commented that he wasn't surprised she remembered, as he had taught her everything she knew. Izuku's shocked eyes turned towards her, and he pressed for answers about how she knew so much about the killer. Though it was none of their business, she understood that any information she had could help them defeat him. Her grip tightened on her scythe, and she reluctantly revealed the truth. The hero killer was her old sensei. The boys stiffened at this revelation, even Shoto paused in his attack to process the information. Izuku stared at her, glancing between her and the assassin before taking a hesitant step back. It all made sense now. Her behavior towards heroes was influenced by Stain, her teacher. The implications of the hero killer's connection to the League of Villains weighed heavily on them. Her heart sank as she noticed Izuku's wary step back, filled with betrayal, pain, and distrust. The way he looked at her stung more than she expected. He hesitantly asked if she was the traitor, his eyes searching hers for answers. She turned her head, leaving his question unanswered. Todoroki, aware of the gravity of the situation, urged them to hurry and get the others out of there. He was just as taken aback by this newfound information about their classmate but knew this wasn't the time to address it. He shook off the anxious thoughts, convinced that Fumetsu couldn't possibly be a traitor, despite the troubling connections. They needed a plan. She took charge, instructing them to draw the villain's attention while Shoto provided backup support. She turned away from the cautious boy, briefly eyeing the knives still embedded in his arm, momentarily forgetting her own bleeding injury. The crimson red of her blood blended into her hero costume. Shoto frowned but nodded, acknowledging the risk but agreeing to the plan until help arrived. Izuku charged up his quirk, glancing at the stoic girl beside him, who avoided his confused gaze. With a swift motion, she snatched the knives from Shoto's arm, surprising him. Without hesitation, she pitched the knives at Stain while charging at him, with Izuku keeping pace beside her. They attacked him head-on, while Shoto supported them with ice and flames. As she ducked and slid to avoid Stain's blades, she caught sight of droplets of blood. Frustrated, she pushed Izuku behind her and kicked Stain's sword out of his hand. Ida whimpered, tears streaming down his face, pleading for help. She barked at him to be quiet, expressing her annoyance at his helplessness. If he didn't want their help, he should get up and save himself. Sometimes, she thought, one had to be their own hero. Stain taunted her, commenting on her growth and questioning if she had retained anything he taught her. He dodged Shoto's ice, and just as she prepared for another attack, a thud sounded behind her. She turned to see Izuku paralyzed on the ground, and her eyes widened at the blade dangerously close to her neck. Their voices shouted her name in alarm. Ida watched in horror as Stain aimed for a lethal strike. The sound of blood splattering echoed through the alley, and Shoto felt a sharp pain in his hand as he clutched his now bleeding palm in agony. The tension in the air was palpable as the girl realized her connection to Shoto. She silently cursed herself for not being more cautious. Shoto grunted in pain as Stain pressed the edge of his blade deeper into her hand, preventing it from slicing through her neck. She had thought Shoto's ice wall would conceal her actions, but she had been mistaken. Drawing blood from her lip, her eyes shifted back to their normal cyan hue. Shoto clenched his jaw, feeling relief wash over him as the sharp pain in his palm vanished, though the ache lingered. Confusion furrowed his brows before realization dawned on him. After he had nicked her cheek and thrown knives at her, she had taken the pain for him, which was why he hadn't felt it. Stunned, Shoto moved the arm that had been injured, only to find no wound. It was as if he had never been struck by her knives. The dual-haired boy growled, his heterochromatic eyes narrowing at their enemy. Any distrust he had felt toward her moments before evaporated as he recognized her sacrifice. She truly was reckless. Stain regarded the girl with an unsettling expression. He had taught her how to defend herself, to avoid suffering such pain again. He questioned whether anyone had come to save her, and then pointed out that she would rather endure pain than see the fakes who had failed her harmed. His gaze shifted from her to the boys behind her, particularly the one for whom she had taken the pain. As she leaned back to avoid Stain's tongue, she froze in place, feeling the coldness of his gaze as he watched her collapse to the ground, paralyzed. "You've grown weak, Hiraeth," he remarked, causing her to clench her jaw in frustration. Years had passed since she last saw him, yet he still managed to overpower her with ease. She could have ended him, but hesitation held her back. Many might have thought Aizawa was the one who taught her everything after taking her in, But that was not the truth. While Aizawa had imparted some knowledge, the rest came from Stain. Distracted by the need to protect her friends and absorb Shoto's pain, she questioned her own judgment. It was not unusual for her to take hits, but this time it felt different. Stain continued, stating he was only showing her mercy because of their past, but her friends would not receive the same consideration. As he walked past her, his words struck her heart. He claimed they were making her weak and had been lying to her, leaving her to ponder his meaning. Before she could inquire further, Stain lunged toward Shoto, evading his fire and ice. Time seemed to slow as she pressed her forehead to the ground, lost in turmoil. Izuku shouted Shoto's name, while Ida charged at Stain. A powerful collision occurred as a full cowling fist struck Stain's face, followed by a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Shoto used his ice to cushion Midoriya and Ida's fall, and Stain lay unconscious. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, not because he was defeated, but because he was still alive. She would have a lot to explain later, hoping her friends wouldn't mention her connection to the hero killer to Aizawa. As Ida secured Stain, Shoto approached the silent girl, kneeling beside her. He asked why she had taken the pain for him. She grumbled in response, allowing him to lift her with a supportive grip. It was clear she didn't want him to endure any pain. As they reached the end of the alleyway, they encountered more pro-heroes. One of them gasped at the sight of Stain, prompting Ida to nod seriously. Taking advantage of the moment, she relaxed in Shoto's arms, appreciating the rare comfort after such a confrontation. However, her moment of respite was short-lived as the winged Nomu from earlier suddenly swept her from Shoto's grasp. She whined in frustration, but before she could escape its hold, something slashed the Nomu's wing, causing it to fall. She yelped as the culprit caught her, landing on the concrete with a slight crack. Stain stood before the heroes, his back turned to her. She was shocked that he had saved her, but the intense bloodlust radiating from him sent chills down her spine. His bandages were gone, revealing a psychotic expression that twisted his features further when Endeavor arrived. Stain took a threatening step forward, declaring that only the true hero, All Might, could end him. He stood still, breathing but unmoving as the tension in the air thickened. However, his mind replayed one scene at the sound of her voice as his consciousness blurred. He called out to her, but she corrected him, revealing her true name. He was startled to see her watching him closely, and his surprise turned to embarrassment as he realized she had been observing him while he slept. As he sat up, he winced slightly from the sudden movement. She teased him about his sleep-talking, mentioning how he had been naming every hero he could think of, even expressing a fondness for Hiraeth.a. His face turned red at the thought, and he quickly recalled the events of the previous day, glancing at his bandaged hands with unease. The playful smirk on her face faded as she narrowed her eyes, sensing his discomfort. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Gran Torino and Manuel, who commented on the injured students waking up. Gran Torino began to scold Izuku, but before he could finish, he mentioned that they had a visitor. A tall man with a dog-like appearance entered the room, inquiring about the students who had apprehended the hero killer. He informed them that Stain had sustained serious injuries and was under strict guard. The man spoke about the importance of leadership and the role of heroes in society, emphasizing that their powers should not be misused. She rolled her eyes at his speech, feeling disdain for the entitlement of humans. The conversation took a tense turn when Shoto defended their actions, arguing that if they had followed the rules, Native would have been killed. He challenged the man's perspective, insisting that they could not simply stand by and watch someone die. Fumetsu, who had remained quiet until now, expressed her frustration with the notion that only heroes could use their powers for good. Her words carried weight, and the adults in the room regarded her with narrowed eyes, sensing the depth of her conviction. She reflected on her past, recalling how Stain had once been her hero, teaching her about the harsh realities of the world, where labels of hero and villain blurred into shades of gray. She boldly declared that having a hero's title did not equate to being a true hero. The atmosphere grew tense as Izuku reached out to calm her, bewildered by her sudden outburst. She stood firm in her beliefs, emphasizing that people were suffering, trapped by the very laws that were meant to protect them, and that waiting for a hero to save them was a foolish hope. Someone was on the way. A voice pleaded for help, echoing in the air. The pink-haired girl confronted the heroes, expressing her frustration that they had been unaware of one of their own in danger. She pointed out that if they had followed the rules and let that person perish because they were not certified, it made her question how many other lives they could have failed to save. The tension in the room thickened as the heroes felt a chill from her demeanor, something they had never witnessed before, and it unsettled them. Fumetsu felt a surge of anger but quickly suppressed it, pushing the fury back into the recesses of her mind. Izuku looked at her in shock and concern, gripping her hand tightly. After a moment of silence, she stepped back and sat down, her fierce expression softening into one of weariness as she rested her chin on her arms with a sigh. Shoto, feeling annoyed, questioned whether it wasn't a hero's duty to save people. The chief responded, reminding him that he was not yet a full-fledged hero. His intense gaze bore into Fumetsu, who had turned away from them. He expressed his disbelief at what they were being taught at UA and questioned Endeavor's approach. Todoroki, feeling provoked, began to move toward the chief, but Ida intervened, blocking his path. Gran Torino sighed, urging them to listen to the chief until he finished. He understood their frustration at the unfairness of the situation, but he reminded them that the world often was not fair. The chief explained that any punishment would only be deemed unnecessary if it remained private. If made public, they would be celebrated by citizens but would still face consequences. However, since this incident had not been widely reported, they could pretend it never happened, allowing them to avoid punishment but also missing out on recognition for their good deeds. The choice was theirs. Fumetsu felt bitter about the situation. The chief expressed that he did not want to hinder the promising careers of young heroes over a mistake. He thanked them for their efforts, and Shoto remarked that the chief could have started with that sentiment. The day after the chief's visit, the events surrounding Stain became public, but Endeavor received all the credit. After a stern call from Aizawa regarding her behavior, Fumetsu returned to the hospital room where Shoto was resting against the wall. She sat at the edge of his bed, using his shoulder for support and expressing her frustration about the internship ending before he healed. Shoto tensed slightly at her touch but maintained his usual calm demeanor. Fumetsu noted his bandaged cheek and playfully suggested she could help with his wounds, but he cut her off, causing her to pout. As he mentioned the incident with Stain, she waited for him to ask why she had taken the hit for him. He simply thanked her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Their eyes met, but the moment was interrupted as Izuku approached, looking ashamed. He hesitated before apologizing, feeling foolish for questioning her loyalty given her connection to the League of Villains. Fumetsu reassured him that there was no need for apologies, understanding his concerns. She acknowledged that if she were in his position, she might think the same. Izuku felt guilty for doubting her, realizing that despite her demeanor, she was a friend who would never betray them. She smirked, crossing her arms, stating that she could not deny being a traitor, as that was exactly what a traitor would say. It was up to them to believe what they wanted. Ida, still suspicious, brought up Stain, questioning whether she would follow in his footsteps. The atmosphere shifted as Fumetsu closed her eyes, asserting that she did not kill the innocent. She acknowledged Ida's pain, having heard about what had happened to his brother, and made it clear that she did not share Stain's ideology. I kill those who deserve to be punished. While I may not have helped the innocent, I never intentionally harmed anyone who was. I wasn't a saint, but I believed in justice. It took a killer to recognize another killer. The girl felt a weight in the air as she recalled her past. She had never seen Stain as a hero killer. To her, he was someone who had shown her kindness when she had been lost and alone. He had taught her how to survive and live. Despite his actions, she admired his unwavering beliefs. Izuku listened intently, surprised to hear her speak about her life outside of UA. He realized how little he knew about her. She kept her explanation brief, mentioning that Stain had found her before she arrived at UA. The memory brought a faint smile to her face, a stark contrast to the serious atmosphere. Ida, observing her distant expression, understood why she hesitated to confront Stain. If he had been her mentor, it would be difficult to reconcile those feelings with the idea of fighting him. The silence was broken by Izuku's ringtone, causing the girl to raise an eyebrow at the timing. He hurriedly answered the call, his cheeks turning red as he excused himself from the room. Once Ida left for his examination, she turned to Shoto, leaning against him. She inquired about his father escorting Stain to prison, and he confirmed it. She pressed on, asking if that meant his father would have access to Stain's recovery cell. Shoto's expression hardened as he understood her implication. She insisted that she needed to see Stain one last time, feeling that something important had been left unsaid after their last encounter. She proposed sneaking into the recovery cells, playfully suggesting that it would be an opportunity to get one over on his father. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, setting a plan for that night while Endeavor would be occupied. A grin spread across her face as she teased him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Just then Ida returned, shifting their focus. He mentioned it was better to wait for Midoriya, who soon arrived in high spirits. However, the mood shifted as she pointed out Ida's cast, explaining that he had his arms examined. Ida shared that he might have long-term damage to his left hand, which had been severely injured. She jokingly suggested a remedy, but Ida quickly declined, his cheeks flushing. He reassured Midoriya that he would heal, recounting his encounter with Stain. An awkward silence fell over the room, and Midoriya suddenly stood up, determined. He rallied everyone to get stronger together, leaving the girl puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. Just then, Shoto looked at his hand, expressing concern that he seemed to bring misfortune to those around him. The room fell silent, and laughter erupted when Izuku remarked on Shoto's unexpected humor. The boy received an amused look as he pondered the situation. It seemed the ice capsule had a sense of humor, which prompted him to gloomily examine his hand. He expressed his frustration, feeling as if he were some sort of hand crusher. The girl reflected on how she had allowed him to convince her to help sneak into the villain holding containment center. She teased him, suggesting that the only reason he was sticking around was for a kiss. He firmly replied that it wouldn't be necessary, gesturing toward the lone guard stationed outside the facility. She playfully suggested that he had been about to say yes. He urged her to hurry, explaining that if his father spotted them, they would be in trouble. She pouted in disappointment, wishing for more fun, as he grabbed her wrist and pulled her along toward the facility. Adjusting her red scarf, she walked beside him until they reached the guard. Shoto introduced himself, stating that his father wanted them to meet so they could shadow him during discussions with others. He mentioned that they were both interns and that he would take over one day. The girl chimed in with a playful remark about Shoto needing the experience, earning a tense look from him. The guard assessed the two of them before nodding and motioning them to enter. She strutted inside, her eyes darting to the front desk where a lady was filing her nails. The lady perked up at their arrival but quickly swatted them off with her hand after a brief exchange. Shoto acknowledged her as they passed into a vacant hallway. She glanced up at the camera surveying the area, reassured by Shoto's confidence that they wouldn't be caught. As they approached a lone door, Shoto knocked lightly and, after a moment of silence, opened it to reveal a guard dozing in a chair. She commented on how it seemed like he had done this before, snapping her fingers in front of the unconscious man. Shoto pointed to the computer screen in front of the guard, indicating a specific location where a villain was confined. He noted that it was a floor down underground. As she prepared to open the door, he suddenly pulled her back, explaining that someone was coming down the hall. She expressed her disappointment in not being able to flirt with him as he pushed her gently toward the door, insisting it was just a favor. He instructed her to follow the hall to the left for the elevator and handed her a key from the guard's belt, explaining its importance. Taking the key, she opened the door quietly and stepped out, promising to meet him back at the front in 10 minutes. He watched her enter the elevator, feeling tension as he noticed two guards on the floor she was heading to. He silently thanked the girl for stealing his phone and putting her number in it when they first met. As she rode down, she flipped open her phone, responding to his call with a bored tone. He suggested that she could take out the guards, but she groaned in frustration, wishing for a more straightforward solution. Remembering movie tropes, she hopped up to check for an escape hatch, successfully nudging it aside to create an opening. The elevator dinged, drawing her attention to the door as she prepared to make her move. She overheard the guards discussing their duties, feeling frustrated that she couldn't take action against one of them. My eyes caught a small ledge with some wires next to it, and I leaped across, flailing my arms comically as I nearly lost my balance. My hands shot out, grasping the thick wires while pressing myself against the wall as the elevator passed, the metal brushing against my back. Releasing a sigh, I peeked over my shoulder and looked down to see that the floor I had reached was the last one, meaning there wasn't much fall damage for me. I hopped off the ledge, landing gracefully on the cement ground. Climbing back up to the closed elevator doors, I used my strength to pry the metal open. After a minute, I finally managed to get the doors to budge. Once they were finally open, I quickly slipped through with a huff, repeating, "All right, D67, to myself as I bounded down the hall. My cyan eyes caught sight of one or two villains. Turning right after seeing a sign directing me toward the 60s hall, my gaze landed on one of the glass chamber cells. D67. Bingo. I mumbled to myself as I approached the translucent cell. My eyes faltered as I saw the man lying lifelessly in the hospital bed, tubes connected to him and a heart monitor beeping softly. Swallowing a lump in my throat, I used the key to unlock the door, stepping inside and closing it behind me. I kept my distance from the unconscious man, reaching up to tug on my scarf, a habit I often resorted to when I was nervous or itching to fight. It was clear that it was definitely not the latter. He spoke, his raspy voice breaking the silence, and my cyan eyes connected with his lidded brick-red ones. He acknowledged my presence, and I replied with my usual devilish grin, trying to mask the unease I felt in his presence. He doubted I was there to lament about his abandonment, and I bluntly told him not to flatter himself, which made him chuckle hoarsely. I pressed him for answers about what he had said during our fight, how the heroes were lying to me and what he meant by that. He stared at me silently for a moment before sighing. He began to recount our first meeting, recalling how he had used his quirk to stop me from attacking him like a wild animal. He described me as a little monster, and an image of that encounter flashed in my mind, causing my eyes to falter slightly. He continued, explaining that while he knew I was the result of a twisted experiment, the taste of my blood had been unlike any other human blood he had ever experienced. I rolled my eyes at his fixation on the subject, urging him to get to the point. He insisted I didn't understand. Usually, blood tasted sweet and fresh, a sign of our mortality. However, mine had a bitter taste to it. Confused, I inquired if I was not human. He explained that while I grew like one and had a similar inner structure, my blood was different. It tasted sour and bitter, as if it were expired and old, far too old for someone of my claimed age. Claimed age? I was merely 15 years old. It felt like just yesterday I was blowing out the candles on my birthday cake at 5, relishing the happy atmosphere. My fists tightened, feeling my nails dig into my palm. What was his point? He continued, revealing that my blood cells had returned to their normal lifespan but had been nearly a century old when he found me, 2 weeks after the people who had locked me up had left. He noted that it would have been understandable if I hadn't aged, but I had. It was as if my blood cells had been overdue for decay but had somehow been stunted. I demanded to know what that meant. A heavy silence filled the room as my heart stilled at his next words. He claimed my blood dated back to around the time quirks came into existence about 125 years ago. There was no way I was truly 15 years old. Lies, I mumbled, turning away with my brows knitted together as I tried to comprehend what he had just said. He asked who had found me after him, and I begrudgingly replied that it was Eraserhead. His eyes narrowed in thought, suggesting that since I wasn't an ordinary orphan, he would have done some digging about who or what he was taking home, starting with my name. I snapped back, insisting that I didn't have amnesia and remembered everything perfectly from the time I was in that hellhole to the time before it. I knew who I was and was certain I hadn't been alive for over a century. He simply stated that whoever had kept me locked up had done much more than just give me super healing. My jaw clenched at his words as I prepared to leave, knowing my time was nearly up, but I halted at his next statement. If I didn't believe him, he urged me to ask my knight in shining armor himself. Bizawa. I said nothing as I used the key to unlock the door but paused halfway out. A sigh came from behind me. He mentioned that he had no choice but to leave, and I stiffened. I acknowledged that I knew, recalling the countless days I had waited for him to return after he had taken me under his wing. His eyes widened slightly as I told him I forgave him. I shut the door, hearing it lock behind me as I walked away from the transparent cell. I felt his gaze on my back as I made my way back toward the elevator, his last words whispering in my ears as I remained silent in response. Walking side by side with Shoto, I stared forward blankly as Stain's words replayed in my mind. He asked if I had found what I was looking for, his calm gaze forward betraying his curiosity. The male had been observing the two interact through the security monitor, but he had no idea what their conversation was about or why she wanted to speak with the villain in the first place. He remained silent, unaware of the boy casting him a weary glance. This was certainly a different side of the girl. It was rare for her to be so calm and collected. Shoto would hate to admit it, but he preferred her usual annoying, mischievous self over this unusual demeanor. The walk back to the agency was quiet, with the girl waving half-heartedly over her shoulder as it approached midnight. Shoto's heterochromatic eyes lingered on her back for a few seconds before he turned away and headed to his own dorm room. If the Pinkette didn't want to elaborate on why she was so insistent on talking to the man who had tried to kill them, he wouldn't pry. He knew she probably had her reasons. Given her history with the hero killer, he could somewhat understand why she was acting so strangely. 2 hours later, as it neared 2 o'clock, he lifted his head from the pillow, his eyes heavy with fatigue. The thunderous rumbling of his stomach was the only signal he needed to slip out of bed. As he moved, he massaged his temple, feeling the warmth that signaled a headache from discovering he was somehow a prehistoric creature. Continuing to massage his temple, he wandered out of the small room. Letting his feet guide him, he eventually stumbled upon a medium-sized cafeteria. As expected, the place was empty, but there were still small wrapped snacks available. Not wasting any time, he grabbed 2 plastic-wrapped chocolate cookies, an apple, and a nice cold bottle of water. He shoved the cookies into the pockets of his sweats, unaware of a dual-haired male entering the vicinity. Taking a seat at one of the small tables, he propped his feet on another chair and pressed the bottle to his forehead with a sigh. It was annoying to think that losing a limb or getting impaled was manageable, but mere headaches and other minor ailments could affect him. A tired voice broke the silence, asking what he was doing up. He smirked lightly as he turned to look at the male. He could have asked the same question. The other was dressed in a black turtleneck and sweatpants, which struck him as odd for someone trying to sleep. The male mumbled that it was comfortable, sounding slightly offended by the question. He snickered, shaking his head. The other grumbled that he couldn't sleep and took a seat beside him, arms crossed and eyes closed. He hummed in response, enjoying the coolness of the water bottle against his forehead. The male suddenly asked if something was wrong since it was 2 a.m. He peeked an eye open to see him checking his phone and replied that he only had a headache. The male raised his hand, gesturing for him to come closer. Setting the water bottle on the table, he turned slightly, resting his elbows on his knees and biting into his apple. Before he could finish his thought, the male stretched out his hand and placed it on his forehead. An unnatural coolness washed over the pounding headache, and he blinked in surprise at the gesture. After a few moments, he relaxed and leaned into the soothing sensation emanating from the male's hand. He laughed lightly, wondering why the male was being so kind to him. If he thought his darling's behavior was amusing, this human's actions were even more surprising. The male replied that he didn't know who Clarence was, and he sighed, rolling his eyes at the lack of understanding of the reference. The male suggested that he could watch a movie or read a book, to which he responded that while a movie was out of the question, he could read a quirk encyclopedia about the manifestation of quirks over time. The male teased him about being cuter when he was quiet, casting an annoyed look that made him grin mischievously. After a moment, he noticed the male's conflicted expression, as if he wanted to ask a question. He teased him not to strain himself, and the male sighed lightly. He then asked if he would share how he knew the hero killer. That was the question he had been waiting for. He turned his head, his grin slowly fading. He explained that the hero killer hadn't always been that bad. Sure, he had done terrible things, but he hadn't been going around killing random people. 6 years ago, it had been 2 weeks since the White Coats had picked him up and left him behind. He had no idea why his father would abandon him after everything he had endured. As he tried to hold back tears of abandonment, a loud growl rumbled from his stomach, reminding him of his dire situation. He had been surviving on mere rats, with a few animal skulls scattered around him. He should have succumbed to malnourishment, but his body wouldn't let him. Even death wouldn't allow him to escape. After a few minutes, he heard footsteps, causing a low growl to rumble from his throat. His wild cyan eyes shot up to meet the small, brick-colored eyes of a man who had come to investigate illegal cork experimentation in the area. Taking a cautious step toward the small figure cloaked in darkness, the man moved to grasp his blades but decided against it. He wondered if this could be a child of the experimentation as he slowly knelt down, raising his hands in surrender to show he was no threat. He questioned who had left the child all alone, but the girl remained silent, inching closer to him. She reached out her hand, trying to bridge the gap between them. He assured her softly that she didn't have to hide and that he wouldn't hurt her. The growls around them paused, and the child stepped further into the light, revealing sharp appendages on her head that made him catch his breath. He realized she was not an ordinary child. As he instinctively pulled his hand back, he felt a sudden sharp pain as her teeth pierced through the bandages on his hand. He exclaimed in surprise and tried to free himself, tugging away until he finally managed to wrench his hand free. Clenching his injured hand, he reached for his blades, ready to strike, but stopped short when he fully saw the small figure before him. His eyes widened at the sight of a little girl with crimson skin and platinum pink hair, her doe-like eyes fixed on his blade as if anticipating an attack. He remarked on her monstrous appearance, feeling a mix of awe and concern. He sheepishly admitted to himself that he might be too late to help her, sheathing his blade and wrapping his hand in more bandages while observing the unusual child. His gaze fell on the shackles around her ankle, and he wondered how long she had been trapped there. He asked her if no one had come to save her. He received no response. His brows raised at the sound of what seemed to be her stomach growling. It dawned on him that this was why she had mistaken his hand for food. She was starving. Digging into his pocket, he stepped forward, causing the girl to let out a feral growl of warning, which made him halt. He wondered if this child had any capacity for human communication as he approached her cautiously, like one would with a wounded animal. Taking a knee once more, he pulled a small lollipop from his pocket. The girl stiffened at the unfamiliar object, now on high alert. He reassured her that it was food. Her growling ceased at his words, and her brows raised in awe at the circular object on a stick. She tensed as he removed the plastic coating, revealing a shiny crimson sphere. He offered her the candy, noting that he couldn't take her home but figured she looked hungry. He warned her not to bite him again, but she ignored his caution and snatched the object from his hand, analyzing it carefully to ensure it wasn't poisoned. After a moment, she opened her jaws and, instead of eating the candy properly, she gulped down the entire thing, stick and all. Kaizome observed the little creature as she let out a small burp, looking up at him as if waiting for more. Alarmed, he scooted back as his other hand reached out. He assured her that he wouldn't hurt her and gently took her ankle in his large hand, fiddling with the shackles on her leg for a few seconds with some strange metal sticks. After a moment, the shackles fell to the floor. He told her she was free now. Realizing that the creature understood him, he pushed himself up, offering her a confused look as she remained in place, looking like a lost puppy. He urged her to go, but she didn't move. "Home," she said softly. Kaizome took a step back in astonishment, thinking the only thing the girl knew how to do was growl. He was surprised to hear her speak. His brows furrowed as she didn't reply, merely tilting her head. After a few seconds, he sighed, knowing he wouldn't get much more from her. Surveying the dusty room, expressed his reluctance to leave her there. "Look, I'd feel bad if I didn't come back and just left you here, so I'll return later with more candy," he said. Her eyes lit up at the mention of the treat. "In exchange for candy, since you understand me and can talk, you're going to tell me what was going on here. Deal?" She simply nodded. "It's the least I can do since I have to leave you here. I'm not exactly the kind of person the heroes want to catch you with." She wanted to ask if he was not a hero but couldn't find the words, having not used her voice in so long. It was already a struggle to say, home. She stayed in her spot, watching as the man turned to leave. He assured her he would see her later. Shoto stared at the girl in slight shock, realizing what she meant at the hospital about him being a hero to her. She nodded in response. However, she hadn't shared her entire story, she had merely curved the truth a little. It wasn't anyone's business what had happened to her, and she certainly didn't need anyone's pity. She had learned to endure the pain she had experienced. All he knew was that she was an orphan and that Stain had found her and taken her under his wing for a time. It wasn't the complete truth, but it was enough to keep anyone who knew about her connection to Stain off her case. Everyone has their own definition of their knight in shining armor. Mine just happened to be the hero killer, she reflected. Shoto observed her silently as her calm cyan eyes seemed to drift into nostalgia. He recognized that Stain had been important to her. She stiffened at his observation, her eyes faltering. He had been important to her until he left, just like her mother and father had. Her mother had left her to suffer with her father, and shortly after, her father and the White Coats had left her to endure alone after her mother took her own life. Shoto's expression softened with understanding, but he raised an eyebrow as she leaned away from his left hand. But if anything, he made me realize that heroes don't exist. When it comes down to it. She paused, pushing herself up from her seat and tossing her eaten apple into a trash bin as she walked away. Your only hero is yourself. Some fans will join the Shinami wagon simply because they want to see Fumetsu end up with Bakugo, believing that the number of supporters will determine the outcome. Bakugo is possessive, but not in a playful way like with Izanami. His treatment of Fumetsu suggests he believes she will always be infatuated with him, which he sometimes exploits, leading to a toxic dynamic reminiscent of Harley and the Joker. This theme is central to Hiraeth, which explores toxic relationships. It raises questions like, why do you stay? And why do you do everything but leave? Although the characters are inspired by Grey and Juvia, their dynamics are more closely aligned with the Joker and Harley. Despite having created an entire manga centered on these two, it would be frustrating if they didn't end up together. Some ships are undeniably toxic, and the rarity of Devil Flake supporters is concerning. While unique ships can be appealing, it's essential to look beyond mere cuteness and consider how that cuteness reflects the character's struggles and growth. It's not solely about chemistry, even if that's often the basis for shipping preferences. Many women remain in unhealthy relationships because of the chemistry they share with their partners. It's crucial to evaluate whether a character is truly right for the protagonist, rather than just cute. In Heroes Don't Exist, who is there for Izanami when things get tough? Who comforts her during difficult times? Who encourages her to make better choices, especially when her decision-making skills seem lacking? These questions matter. The focus should be on who genuinely improves the protagonist's life, not just who is the most charming. The author personally ships her with Bakugo, as they have feelings for each other that have developed over time. However, it's important to recognize that chemistry doesn't always equate to a healthy relationship. Some fans overlook Bakugo's past actions, even if they were accidental, and allow him to escape accountability for behavior that would be unacceptable in real life. When a cute chapter is released, many forget the underlying issues. It's understandable why individuals stay in toxic relationships. They have invested so much time and effort, and leaving can feel like a waste, especially when children are involved. There's often a lingering hope that things will improve, but what if they don't? What if Bakugo never changes? The protagonist must ultimately prioritize her well-being. When he realizes he has lost her, it may be too late. People often don't recognize what they miss until it's gone. This dynamic is reflected in the ship, which may seem flawed, yet many still hold onto the hope that Bakugo will evolve for the better. Readers should reflect on whether they would accept such treatment in their own lives. If the answer is no, why would they want the protagonist to endure it? If yes, what justifies that choice? It's important to acknowledge that the narrative incorporates real-world issues that affect many individuals, serving as a social experiment. The team shippers represent why some individuals remain with unfaithful partners, while the Devil Flakes and perhaps even Kirinmetsu symbolize the unfortunate reality that good people often finish last. Many of us can relate to Fumetsu's struggles, as despite being mistreated, there's a tendency to return to what feels familiar. From the beginning, Fumetsu has been drawn to Bakugo, and the thought of her abandoning her pursuit is significant. Change can be daunting, and that's a harsh truth. Fumetsu's concept of home is intertwined with pain and suffering, which is why she feels a strong attraction to Bakugo. He embodies a sense of familiarity and evokes feelings she hasn't experienced in a long time, including pain. His treatment of her mirrors her past, serving as a reminder of her previous life. The title, Hiraeth, holds deeper meaning, and the story contains hidden clues about its conclusion. It's up to the readers to uncover these layers. The entire left side of her face and parts of her right, along with her right hand that she had held in front of her to shield against the blast, were burned down to the flesh. Izuku had expected her to dodge, but she stepped right in front of it. Beneath his confusion and anger, he felt a flicker of concern at the sight of the severe burns that marred her exposed skin, her costume being flameproof. The acrid smell of charred flesh filled the air, causing his nostrils to flare as he took a step forward, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. He was horrified, struggling to suppress the urge to retch at the foul odor. Was that really her skin? His heart raced, likely mirroring the reactions of those around him. Miraculously, her skin began to heal and stitch itself back together as if by magic until her face returned to its original form, but this time her cyan eyes glowed a menacing red, accompanied by the emergence of horns. This was a side of Fumetsu he had never witnessed before, and it filled him with genuine fear. Was she truly a demon, as the rumors suggested? An awkward silence enveloped the area as her face and hands fully healed. Her eyes gradually shifted back to Cyan, and she and Bakugo engaged in a heated stare-off. She playfully complained that it had actually hurt, causing irritation to surface on Bakugo's face. He barked at her, expressing his frustration that she shouldn't have intervened. She huffed in response, conceding that she would stay out of it from now on. Turning on her heels, she walked toward a bewildered Izuku, who had pushed himself off the ground. She sighed, apologizing for her earlier actions, and playfully noted that he had a small cut on his face. Before he could respond, she quickly liked the cut and sauntered past him, flashing a peace sign as she declared her intention to find the gravity user. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, and he reached out to stop her, but Bakugo, fueled by rage, charged at him, accusing him of underestimating his opponent. Bakugo launched a punch, and Izuku instinctively tried to counter it. However, Bakugo propelled himself over Izuku and unleashed an explosion from behind. Bracing for the impact, Izuku furrowed his brows, surprised that the attack didn't hurt as much as he anticipated. Was he nearing his limit? He inhaled sharply as Bakugo seized his arm and slammed him to the ground, using the explosions from his free hand to gain momentum. The force knocked the breath from him, but once again he wondered why he couldn't feel anything. Kirishima observed the scene and remarked on Bakugo's lack of strategy, while Shoto noted that he was actually quite intelligent. The next day, everyone in the classroom was chattering about their internships. Shiro and Kirishima were laughing heartily at Bakugo's new hairstyle. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, expressed his frustration, insisting that he couldn't get his hair back to its original style. Kirishima, looking around for their absent friend, wondered where Fumetsu was. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway, causing Izuku to turn his attention there. Fumetsu made a grand entrance, joyfully greeting Bakugo, who stiffened in annoyance as she embraced him. The class watched as Bakugo attempted to push her away, his frustration evident as he sent small bursts of energy in her direction. Fumetsu playfully teased him, and despite his irritation, Bakugo's hair returned to its natural spiky form, prompting Fumetsu to express her delight. As she finally let go, Fumetsu crossed her arms and pouted, feeling a bit neglected after being apart for so long. Kirishima, noticing her mood, nudged her gently and asked about her internship. Fumetsu shot a glare at a certain dual-haired male, who seemed unfazed. She dramatically recounted her experience at Endeavor's hero agency, expressing her frustration at the lack of excitement and how Endeavor had persistently tried to persuade her to marry his son. Izuku's eyes lit up with curiosity at the mention of Endeavor's agency, despite his mixed feelings about the hero. Fumetsu reflected on her time there, describing it as tedious, especially with Shoto constantly brushing off her advances. She shared a light-hearted moment with her classmates, joking about fruit and their personalities, but her mood shifted as memories of the Hosu incident surfaced. Hiraeth.a chimed in, sharing her own enlightening experience at the Battle Heroes Agency. Fumetsu, excited at the prospect of sparring with her, suggested they fight sometime, which Hiraeth.a eagerly accepted. Mina, concerned, tried to dissuade Hiraeth.a from accepting the challenge, but Fumetsu felt a sense of pride at having made an impression on her classmates. Kaminari and Mayhem observed the interactions, noting the changes in their peers. Mayhem, with a worried expression, commented on how women could be deceptive, hinting at his own experiences. Meanwhile, the conversation shifted to the hero killer incident, causing a tense atmosphere as Fumetsu remained silent, her thoughts elsewhere. Bakugo, noticing her change in demeanor, began to wonder if something deeper had occurred during her internship. They said you were rescued by the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Shoto and the narrator exchanged brief eye contact, and the narrator couldn't help but smirk in amusement. Shoto responded begrudgingly, acknowledging the rescue, while the narrator crossed their arms in their seat. The narrator added with a playful tone that it was Daddy Flakes to the rescue, causing Shoto to shoot them an annoyed look. Ojiro stood next to Shoji and mentioned seeing something on the news about the hero killer and the League of Villains being connected. He expressed how frightening it would have been if that villain had been present during the attack on USJ. The mention of Stain wiped the smirk off the narrator's face. Ojiro continued, noting that while Stain was a pretty evil villain, he also had a certain coolness to him. Fumetsu, with her face turned toward the window, interrupted the conversation, stating that he wasn't evil. The narrator held back a retort, knowing it would only lead to trouble. With an exasperated sigh, they turned to Ida and pointed out that it was not right to admire someone who had harmed Ida's brother. Midoriya hushed Kaminari for his insensitivity, and the narrator shrugged, suggesting someone needed to speak up. Kaminari quickly realized his mistake and apologized, looking over at Ida. Ida, examining his left arm, acknowledged that while Stain was indeed tenacious, his methods were unacceptable. He raised his right arm, emphasizing that killing could not be justified, regardless of beliefs. The narrator couldn't help but silently snort at the conversation, thinking that some people didn't deserve sympathy. Ida passionately declared his intention to become the perfect hero to prevent others from suffering. Midoriya cheered in support, but the narrator had different priorities. They were only there to serve as a reminder of something Eraserhead couldn't erase. Unlike the others, the narrator had no motive, no sense of justice, and no empathy. They felt detached from their humanity. The narrator pondered the implications of their unique situation, realizing that someone must have done extensive research before bringing them into this world. An image of their father surfaced in their mind, but pursuing him seemed futile. They had no leads on anyone connected to the underground experiments that had shaped their existence. The narrator confronted the idea that they were not suffering from amnesia. They remembered everything from their past, including the time spent in captivity. They were certain they hadn't lived for over a century. The only person who might have a clue about their past was someone who had kept them locked away, and the narrator felt a twinge of pain in their temple as they thought about it. It was as if something was warning them to stop digging into the past. The narrator's attention shifted to Eraserhead as he entered the room. The atmosphere changed, and the narrator felt the tension rise. Class soon ended, and as they sat at their desk waiting for the others to leave, Kirishima called out, asking if they were coming. The narrator waved him off with a smirk, promising to catch up later. Once the classroom was empty, the narrator turned to the teacher, who leaned against the podium. He gruffly acknowledged the incident in Hosu and the narrator's role in saving the native hero. The narrator leaned back in their seat, crossing their arms and responding sarcastically that they were always happy to save the day. The teacher sighed, reminding them that they had broken the rules again. The narrator playfully remarked that heroes seemed to only be satisfied when certified heroes were involved. The teacher's expression turned serious, and the narrator sensed the shift in the air. They asked about their past, specifically where they had been found. Aizawa's demeanor changed, and he questioned why the narrator wanted to know. The narrator insisted that it was their former home, prompting Aizawa to assert that it was anything but a home. The narrator challenged him, asking what he knew about their past. Aizawa continued, stating that he knew enough about what that place had done to them. The narrator felt their jaw clench as Aizawa walked around the podium, pressing for answers about their desire to return to that place. The narrator remained silent, their gaze cast down in irritation. Aizawa raised his voice, and the narrator felt like a child caught in wrongdoing. Finally, the narrator admitted they were seeking answers, explaining that something unsettling had come to light during their time in Hosu, omitting the details about sneaking into a villain holding facility and Stain being their former sensei. Tired of avoiding the truth, Hana's cyan eyes locked onto Aizawa's. She questioned whether she was truly 15 years old. A tense silence enveloped them as she slowly looked up at him. Part of her desperately wanted to believe that Stain's words were false. If that were the case, why wouldn't Aizawa tell her? However, the expression on his face revealed the truth, and her eyes widened slightly. It became clear to her that Stain was not lying. Taking a step back, she mumbled to herself, realizing the weight of the revelation. Aizawa began to speak, but she interrupted him. She demanded to know what else he had been hiding from her. He ran his hands through his shaggy hair, letting out a sigh of frustration. He suggested they discuss it later, away from prying eyes, but irritation bubbled within her. She insisted they address the matter immediately, her nails digging into her palm as she stared incredulously at the man who was the second person she had trusted after Stain. Hana recalled a time before her suffering. She remembered her mother and father, a time when she looked human. The memories of waking up in that facility haunted her. Those fragments of her past and the name, Hana, were all that connected her to her former self. The surname, Fumetsu, had been bestowed upon her by Eraserhead himself. Discovering that there was more to her identity than she had known, more truths about who she was, left her feeling betrayed that Aizawa had kept this from her.